on the stand. There we go. All right, y'all, this is my very first time going live on YouTube on my channel. So give me a second. I'm trying to look at my laptop so that I can see your questions and everything. Okay, there I am. Can somebody put something in the chat so that I can see if I can see it? I'm so excited. Y'all let me know if y'all can see me. Hey, girl, hey. Okay. Happy Sunday, y'all. What's up? Okay. I'm trying to get the best way for me to see y'all questions and stuff. This is so different. Okay, hold up. Anyway, what's up, y'all? Hey, girl, hey. I'm watching Girlfriends. If it's too loud, y'all let me know. But I'm gonna just let this ride. And we're gonna do some makeup and talk and chat. Hi guys. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. So y'all, this week, I was just coming home from St. Louis and your girl was exhausted. I was exhausted. So we did not vlog this week and I was like, how can I still show up for you guys? So I decided to go live. This is my very first time going live on my channel. When I had my membership thing 2 years ago, I went live with them like once a week. But I've never ever gone live here on the channel. So I'm super, super excited. Hi guys. I'm looking at my computer. I got my laptop right here so I can see y'all questions and y'all comments and stuff. That way I'm not like trying to see it on the screen on my phone because it's super small. So anyway, so we're gonna do some makeup, y'all, because I just feel like I need to be doing something with my hands than just sitting here looking at the screen. So whenever you guys are ready, you can throw on any questions that you guys have for me so we can just have conversation and just talk and chill. Someone said, how's my Sunday going? My Sunday's going really good, y'all. I meal prepped today already. I went to the grocery store. I meal prepped. What else I've been doing today? That's pretty much it. That's all I did today. I watched church on TV and that's all. And then prepped to sit down with you guys. I slept in a little bit today because last night I just could not go to sleep. I've been having a whole bunch of stuff on my mind. So last night the wheels were turning. So I slept in a little bit. So yeah. So yeah, y'all, we're gonna do some makeup real quick. Like I said, feel free to throw any questions that you have for me into the chat. I don't care what it is. We can just have a little girl chat today. Let's see. Because it was unlisted, the notification wasn't sent out and it doesn't show that you're live. Okay. Let me see if I can change that. Interesting. It's a learning curve. It's fine. Yes, look at Dior. She always in my business. I don't even know if I can change that. Let me see, edit video. I didn't know that I possibly had, okay, it is still unlisted. Let me see if I can change it to public so that people can be notified. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that fixes it, y'all. Just give me a second, y'all. Thank you for being patient with me because I'm struggling on how to do this. I think only the people that got notification or signed up for notifications got notifications. I'm not sure how this works, so it's a little bit of a learning curve for me, but it's okay. All right, let's go back. Okay, there we go. And we're back. Okay. I think we're good now. Okay, somebody asked, how did I learn how to do makeup so well? YouTube. I learned how to do makeup on YouTube like when like 2016, 17, when like Jackie and I learned makeup from Jackie, from Makeup Shayla, from I Love Sadai, Desi Perkins, all of the OGs is what's her name? It's my Ray Ray. All of them, that's how I learned how to do my makeup. Okay, there we go. Now the notification has gone out. There y'all are. What's up, y'all? Period. Oh my God. Hi guys. Whoever told me that I didn't have my video on public, thank you. Because now everybody's getting their notification. So I'm happy about that. Hey y'all. Period. So everybody who just got here, yeah, I was just letting everybody know that I didn't vlog this week, which is why I wanted to sit here and chill and talk to y'all live in real time. We have never, ever been in real time on my channel, ever. So I'm super excited to talk and chill with y'all. I didn't want to just sit here and do nothing. So we're going to do a little bit of makeup and I'm going to take some questions. What's up, y'all? Y'all make me so happy that y'all tuning in, period. I didn't want to just sit here and do nothing. I don't know. This is my first time going live on YouTube, and I just feel like I got to be doing something, especially since it'll go as a video on the channel and people will watch it back. So I kind of want to add some value instead of y'all sitting here looking at me drinking a water bottle. I don't know, child. So we're gonna do some makeup. Feel free to drop any questions that you have into the chat. I will try to catch as many as I can so we can just talk and chill. And yeah, let's do it. Also, anybody that just clicked on, I have my computer right here. So when I'm looking down, I'm looking at my laptop and I'm looking at the chat so that I can see you guys' questions. So, all right, first question. Am I dating? I see a couple people put that. A couple people or maybe one person. I want to be dating, but no, I'm not dating, but not intentionally not dating. I'm not dating right now just because I don't have any prospects that are worth it currently. That's the only reason I'm not dating in this moment. I was talking to somebody like a month ago, but it didn't last too long. But I was excited about it, and then it was like another one bites the dust. He just wasn't what he needed to be. And with me, like having a lot better standards and higher standards now, it's completely different world for me. I already was cutting them off quick beforehand, but I don't know what happened with my ex-husband. I don't know what happened there, but I was cutting them off. But now I'm cutting them off even more just because I know exactly what I want, and I'm not wasting any time. So no, your girl ain't talking to nobody right now, but it's fine. Somebody said, any advice on dating older men in your mid-20s? No one older than 45. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm not a fan of younger girls dating older men, specifically because I don't want to date older men. My preference is to date somebody. I'm 36, so I would love to date someone in their 30s, preferably not younger than me, but I would go down to like 32. But I prefer to date someone like within 2 to 3 years of my age, only because I don't know, when I date, I ain't really dated older men, but from what I see, the vibe is like, girl, what you know about that? And, like them trying to, not looking down on you, but it feels like they're always trying to teach you something. And that's a dynamic that I personally do not like. So I'm not a fan of younger girls dating older men, but it can work. It's just not something that I personally would want to do. So y'all can let us know in the comments what you think about that. But I just don't want nobody feeling like they're always trying to teach me something. I want to learn from my man, but I just don't like that dynamic. That's just me. Aw, thank you. Girl, we will watch you do nothing, period. Thank you, friend. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, y'all, so I can see, make sure I didn't miss anything. And if I do miss a question, y'all, feel free to spam me so that I can see it. So I want to get as many questions as I can. Can we talk about growing as an influencer? We can talk about that just for a second. If y'all know, if you're new here, I don't know if you know, but I've been a creator actually for 8 years this month. I started my channel at the end of December of 2017. My first video was a New Year's Eve makeup look in 2017. So yeah, it has been quite the journey, and growing has been, I guess I would say it has been linear, but it hasn't been as, how do I want to say this? You have goals for yourself, and let's just say I'm not where I thought I would be. When I started off, I was like, when I'm 32, I'll be here. I'll be 35, I'll be here, and that didn't work. That didn't happen like that, which is typical. You know what I'm saying? Life typically doesn't go the way you plan for it to go. However, my growth has been pretty steady, but the first couple of years, it was not. It was not. It was very, very slow. I am one of those people who had a video go viral, which started my full-time career. So ever since then, it's definitely not as easy as people would say that it is. After you go viral, you continuously have to show up and be consistent and do everything you need to do in order to stay relevant, to provide value, all of the things. So, yeah, I would say it's been even harder since going viral and going full time to grow, just because life happens and you have to continue, like I said, be consistent and show up regardless of what's going on in your life, especially when what you do kind of is your life as a vlogger. So that adds a whole nother level of difficulty to it. But regardless, my growth has been good. If you have any specific questions as far as being an influencer and posting and all that stuff, feel free to ask me. I'll answer individual questions. Let's see what else we got. Yes, y'all, this is my very first live, so you haven't missed anything. Let's see. How do you get invited to Fashion Week? Honestly, y'all, I could have been going to Fashion Week, I think, before I started going, but I wasn't with the right management company that had the connections like that. So once I was, and I saw that girls in their agency were going, you know, I let my managers know, hey, this is something that I would want to do. And they put me on their list to say, you know, Maya's interested in going, because they do like these blast out to different brands and stuff like that to let them know who's going to be there from the roster. And sometimes invites come from there. But then after I went the first time, I think brands kind of come to your page to see, like, they can see that you go to Fashion Week, you know? And once they see that, then they'll extend invitation. I got a lot more like organic individual invitations the second time around because I had already went the first time. So dating is exhausting, girl. But you know what? Let me take it back. Well, I've dated before, but recently I haven't been dating, and I guess I can't say that it's exhausting because I haven't been doing it. Y'all, I've been single now for over 2 years. Celibate still for over 2 years, period. So I'm very, very proud of that. But I've barely dated, y'all. I think I've gone on maybe 4 dates since my divorce, maybe. Let's see what else we got. Advice for a new content creator. That's a little bit more specific. I would say post content like your life depends on it. Be extremely consistent, number one, especially if you're going to start on YouTube. One thing that has helped me to get, I believe, a very loyal following and people that tune in every Sunday is intentionally posting my content on a schedule, like a TV show. That has helped me a whole lot because girls know when to expect my content. Y'all show up exactly when my videos usually come out, on the same day at the same time. So that's extremely important. And I would also say to make sure initially that you niche down. Nobody wants to see a vlog from you when you're first starting off because they don't know who you are. So why would they care about what you're doing for the day? Start off with something that's going to give a lot of value, because when you're providing value to people, people don't care, you know, how many followers you have. I can attest to that. I've been looking up some stuff this week on something that I'm looking into, and as long as I feel like I'm gonna get the answer, I'm not looking at, you know, do you have over 100,000 followers or anything like that. I really don't care. So that would be my main points of advice when it comes to being a content creator in these days. Let's see what else we got. Have I ever visited 2819? I have not. My friend C, who was here for my birthday, she goes to 2819. She actually went to one of their services while she was here, but no, I have not gone. What concealer did I just apply? This was, I'm not even telling y'all what I'm using. This is the NARS Soft Matte Concealer in the shade Amon. Let's see. Will I bring back Wednesday videos? I don't know about it. I don't know if I'm gonna bring back Wednesday videos. I want to, because I want to get back into doing like solo day vlogs specifically. I love a good solo day vlog. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I will do Wednesday videos, but they probably won't be every week ever again. Unless I see like the viewability of it go up. There's just better ways that I could be spending my time that people would watch. But they're not gonna stop completely. I'm gonna continue to make them. I'm just not gonna be doing them every single week. See, I knew this was gonna be a problem while I'm live. You know how you lose stuff that's right in front of you? Yeah, I just lost my brush anyway. Let's see what else we got. Do you regret marrying your ex-husband, and why would you say, desperation for being a wife made you rush into it? Y'all, this is one of the reasons why it takes me so long to go live with y'all. Because I had to wait until I was healed in order to, and you're never really fully healed, but I had to wait until I was healed until I could do something like this, just because those kind of questions come up. And even if I didn't want to answer them, which I'm going to answer that, but even if I didn't want to answer it, just seeing it would trigger me. I'm not that way anymore. I thank God for that. And that's another reason why I've waited to do something like this, because, you know, you can't get around it. But anyways, I just realized I did not sculpt my brows. So, okay, back to the question. I think it's back still on my screen. Do you regret marrying your ex-husband? No, I do not. I do not regret getting married at all. And only because in hindsight, I realized that situation taught me some things that was wrong with me that I had no idea was wrong with me. No idea. Like, I thought I was good. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking I'm ready for marriage, which I do feel like I was ready for marriage. But when it came to choosing a man, and the right man, there were some things wrong with the way that I was, you know, moving. And I didn't realize that until it was in my face and my life started to unravel in front of my eyes. So no, I don't regret it, because of the lessons that I learned during that time are unmatched. And I don't know how else I would have ever learned those lessons. I have no idea how I would have learned that. So no, I do not regret it. And then the other questions, would you say the desperation for being a wife made you rush into it? To a certain extent. I personally do. Yeah, I hate to ask that question too, but it's fine. I don't mind answering it, y'all. Like I said, I'm not triggered. It's fine. I'm gonna get off of this topic in a second, but I don't like the word desperation, only because I believe that when women are seen as desperate, it is coming from a place of trauma, being unhealed, all types of things. There's always reasons. That's why I don't like that word, because it's so negative. While the action can look like that, it's deeper than that. And I feel like that simplifies the action, if that makes any sense to y'all. So I think that there's a lot of reasons why I was desiring that. A whole lot of reasons why I was desiring that are very valid. But I could have moved differently, but you can't move differently till you know better. So yeah, hopefully that's a good enough answer there. Let's see. How big do you think you'll have to be to have complete creative freedom of your content? You have mentioned that before, that you have things you would like to post, but you also need to pay the bills. Honestly, I'm gonna say in the millions. I'm gonna say in the millions of followers. I would say that because that's when, maybe not millions, maybe like upwards of 500,000 on short form platforms. It's different when it's on YouTube now. It didn't used to be, but now it is. Things have changed in the social media world. So I would say you can pretty much do your own thing and not have to worry about the money coming in when you're at like 500, 600, 700,000 on short form. YouTube, 1 million. That's my personal opinion. Of course, everybody's situation could be different, but that's what I think. Let's see what else we got. I'm like all the way up here. I have so many things, so many questions. Would you do travel content? I absolutely would. I am just trying to get out of debt right now. So I have not been doing a lot of traveling. Unique, my sister is in here. Hey, sister, I love you. What advice would you give us to prepare to elevate next year? Oh my goodness. Love, 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 love that question. I actually have already started my journey of elevating for the year, y'all. I don't think that you should wait until the year starts. I think that it's important to go into the year with some fire behind you already, because I think so many times when we put that on us to say, hey, I'm gonna wait until January 1st, we could be setting ourselves up for disaster and not for success. So I would say definitely start now. I've already started to elevate in multiple areas of my life when it comes to my nutrition, when it comes to my body, moving my body, when it comes to my mental, with how I spend my time, who I spend my time with, all of those things. I think that is a really great place to start. And also in your routines and your rituals on your daily, I think is a great place to start when it comes to elevating for the year, because what you do repeatedly becomes who you are, and you're telling your brain exactly who you want to be. So that would be my advice for elevating into the next year. Start now and be intentional. Would I ever do a meet and greet? I do want to do a meet and greet eventually. Multiple of them. If I had my way, I would do a meet and greet in multiple cities, probably Atlanta, St. Louis, New York, LA, Dallas. I think that's what I had decided on. That will be coming. I think those are central areas where people can get to. I found you because of your wife content, period. Even though I regret making that content, and it's fine. At least it brought some people to me. Let me see. What we got? What lessons have you learned from? Let me see. Somebody said, what lessons have I learned from? They said from my ex-husband, but I'm assuming that means from marriage. I love that question because, like I told y'all, I've learned a lot. One of the main things that I have learned is to always prioritize what I need as well as, you know, as you're considering what your other person needs. That was an issue that I had in my relationship, or as a person in general, that was not good. So that was a big one. Also, how important it is to stand up for yourself, even if someone's going to get upset or angry or is going to shake their table. That was an issue that I dealt with as well. So that was a very big lesson that I learned during that time. Another lesson that I learned, let me see. What's another lesson that I learned during that time? It's a lot of them, y'all. But I don't only want to share certain things. I would say another lesson that I learned during that time was to not forget who I am within a relationship, to not suddenly, you know, bring that person into all aspects of my life and forget who I am. That's a very, very big thing that I learned as well, and how important that is to maintain even while you're in a relationship. Nothing should be all about that person, because it's very easy to lose yourself in that way when you don't remember that. Let's see. No, I have not talked to my ex-husband since we got divorced. Do you plan on moving back home? Probably not. I don't plan on moving back to St. Louis. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It really depends on what life is going to look like once Amira goes to college. Once Amira is out of school and goes to college, I have flirted with the idea of just having a place in St. Louis and spending some more time there, because I miss my family. People are having kids and stuff. Like, I don't know. I want to be home a lot more. So maybe I might get a place in St. Louis. That definitely might happen. Going live is brave, girl. I know, right? Let me see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. The weight of carrying the finances in a romance is a killer. I agree. That's something that I would never, ever do again. Thank you, friend. Let's see. I'm slowly unlearning. Oh, child. It pushed me away. It's a lot of questions. Let me see. Not you live. I know, girl, right? Who am I? I'm so people pleasing is a big one. I forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, that's technically what I said though. People pleasing and then not paying attention to who you are and what you want. It's people pleasing, and that's a real quick way to ruin your own life. So you can't just be people pleasing and forgetting about yourself. That's really detrimental to your life. Let me see what else we got. Oh, thank you. The beat is gorgeous. Thank you, boo. Let me see what else I got. Would y'all stop asking about that man? We don't want to talk about him no more. I don't mind when y'all ask. I do not mind talking about lessons learned. I don't mind doing that at all, because that is the pathway to the best version of you. You know, you got to learn from what you go through, but don't ask me no questions about him specifically, please, because I don't care. I don't want to waste time on that. Let's see. I think your fridge is open. Is my fridge open? Oh my God, my fridge is open. Let me go close it. Hold up, y'all. Dior? Dior? Oh, hi, baby. Is it? It looked closed to me. It is beeping though. Let's see. Here I come, y'all. Hi, Dior. Hello, mommy. You want to come say hi? I think they've already seen you though. There she goes. Always in my business. Okay, we're back. Let me see. Would you like to be the face / modeling specifically for brands? No, that is not in my goals specifically. It'd be nice if it happened, but no, that's not something that I am trying to do. Someone also asked if I was posting a vlog today. No, y'all, this is the vlog. I didn't vlog this week and I wanted to still show up for you guys, so I decided to go live and just hang out in real time. And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I kind of regret doing my makeup while we sitting here. I would much prefer just to be drinking my water and looking at the comments and talking to y'all. So I'm gonna hurry up and finish this so we can do that. Let me see. Sorry, Dior. Child, I'm not answering that. Somebody asked about that time I was getting in an Uber and something happened. I cannot answer that question, so we're gonna leave that alone. How is co-parenting? We can talk about that. Co-parenting is fine. I don't talk about Amira's dad a whole lot, but mostly because there's really no issues. If I'm being honest, I am, still Amira's primary parent. Amira's father is a doctor and he is extremely busy. And in order for that to be a half and half situation, which I don't want it to be, she needs stability in one household for sure. But in order for that to be the case, a lot would have to be on his wife. And I don't, I'm not going to do that. That's not her child. Like Amira has a mother. So I'm not, it is what it is. It's just a situation, but co-parenting is fine. We don't have any issues. Amira is actually over there right now. This is his weekend. I took her over there yesterday. She had a game, but she went over there after her game. So yeah, co-parenting is okay. It's the single parenting that is interesting, especially since Amira is a teenager now. And the teenage phase is ghetto. Okay. Ghetto. I would say that this is the hardest phase in motherhood since like toddler stage. Only because, there's a lot of emotions, a lot going on with her and her life. And y'all know I'm a crybaby. I'm emotional. I'm a crybaby. And I say this to people all the time that I feel like I feel Amira's life more than I feel my own. And maybe there's ways that I can fix that, but I feel like it's just who I am. So this teenage stage with all the emotions and all that is really tough for me personally. So maybe that's why I feel like it's hard, but we making it through. Let's see. Will I visit London one day? Absolutely. That is one of my top cities that I want to visit. I've never been to the UK. So, let's see what else we got. Recommendations for a Bible for teens. Amira has a teen Bible that I got off of Amazon. On the next vlog, I'll try to mention that so I can link it for you guys. But she actually, matter of fact, she don't really love it because it's an NIV. She wants an NLT so that she can read a little better. So I can see if I can find a recommendation that I'll link in the next video. Would you ever want to be a teen again? Absolutely not. Leave me out of it. No. Am I a Cancer? No, I'm not. I'm a Libra. Let's see. What was the hardest part of becoming the person I am now? Being honest with who I was. Yeah. That was the hardest part. I think a lot of us do not want to acknowledge what's wrong with us. Two things. We don't want to acknowledge what's wrong with us because it's going to make us look a certain way or it's going to imply certain things about us. So we're not honest about that. And then also we don't want others to, see that there's something wrong with us either. So I think that is a big jump because you cannot change until you acknowledge why you need to change or what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like so many people don't take accountability or they don't, let's say that you're a junkie person, okay? Let's say that you're a junkie person, but you want to be a clean and more structured, organized person. Until you acknowledge that you're a junkie person, you're never going to be clean and organized. If you're lying to yourself and saying, oh, well, I'm just having a bad week. Oh, I'm just having a bad day. Oh, I just am in transition. But it's like this 24/7. you're never going to become the other type of person because you haven't acknowledged the truth. So I would say that was a big change for me to become the version of myself that I am now. And yes, I still have work to do. I still have, improvement to do as a person, as a woman. However, I think as long as I continue to be honest with myself about what's wrong and what can be better in my life, I can start to really make change. So I would say high level, that's one of the top things to change, to become who I am now. Merch is possibility. Actually been working on that, so hold the phone on that. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna need you to add Houston to the list, please and thank you. Yes, because Houston and Dallas are not close together, right? And I feel like we got a lot of Texas girlies. So when I do my meet and greet, I will keep that in mind, that Houston and Dallas should not be, considered or made to come to one spot. I got that. I'll make a mental note. Let's see what else we got. Is your daughter popular in school because her mom's an influencer? Amira is popular in school, but not because I'm an influencer. Amira is very, very popular. She would never admit to it, but she is. She is the it girl. I love that for her. I don't even know if I told you guys that Amira made cheer captain. So my baby is not only a cheerleader, but she is cheer captain of her squad. So she's in a leadership position. Amira's lowest grade is a 97%. So Amira has amazing grades. She's well behaved. She's never had any behavior issues. Y'all know she got a boyfriend, so she's got that going on. Amira is just a very well-rounded young lady. She will be 15 next month, and I cannot believe it. But yes, Amira is popular. And yeah, that's her life. I love her life. I be trying to get the information though, because you know how teenagers will come home. You be like, how was your day? And how are you doing? Tell me about the things. Oh, it's fine. It's okay. It's like pulling teeth trying to get the info out of her. But besides that, my baby is doing very, very good. I'm happy that she still lets me put her on camera though. Sometimes she doesn't want to be on camera, which I understand, especially at this time of her life. But yeah, Amira's good. Let's see. What else we got? We almost done with the makeup, y'all. So, birth story with Amira, please share. Have I ever shared, y'all? I don't know if I've ever shared that with you guys. I could have. I'm not sure. Please share. Also, have you ever opened a P.O. box? I would open a P.O. box for my subscribers. That's something that has been on my list to do that I have not done. But one thing that we are working on for this upcoming year is procrastination. That has been an issue that I've had, that is no longer who I am. So, yes, I would do a P.O. box because I would love to, if you guys have businesses or anything you want to send me, or you want any exposure, anything like that, I would absolutely love to receive. So, but the question was Amira's birth story. Not really. I don't know. I feel like I can give more details on that later on, but baby girl, I had Amira when I was 21 years old. Is this the right one? Yeah. I had Amira when I was 21. I got pregnant with her when I was 20 in college. I met her father in school. I was at Spelman. He was at Morehouse. We met during homecoming. Like, one of our mutual friends kind of introduced us, and that was October. We were in a committed relationship by February. We were pregnant by April. And it just went very, very fast. And then when I had Amira, I ended up having to go back home to have her. I dumped her father when Amira was 5 months old. And let's see, what else? And then I ended up taking Amira to school with me that fall. I ended up taking Amira to school with me that fall. So she was what, 7, 8 months old. And her father and I had made this agreement that we were going to co-parent, put her in daycare, and like split our schedule. So if I did like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, he would do Tuesday, Thursday. And so scratch that. We weren't doing daycare yet. We were trying to keep her while the other one was in school. Some things went down a few weeks into school starting, and I had to leave. So I left. I had to withdraw from all of my classes, and then the following semester, my mom kept Amira. So I can go to school. So I went back to school at Spelman by myself. I came back home at least once a month to be with my baby. And then that following year, by that time, all of my friends and all of the people, including Amira's father, graduated. So I had one more year left because I had 1 year off. So I went back to school with my baby by myself. Hardest year of my life. Comparable to the last couple of years of my life. But I would say alone, like in a different way, that was the hardest year of my life because I was alone. I had no friends. I had no family. Her father also was not there. She was 1 going on 2 during that school year. And I think I proved a whole lot to myself that year of how consistent I can be, how I can show up for myself, how resilient that I was. And I busted it out and I graduated. So that's a little mini, because to me, that's the story, like not just her birth story, but how as a single mother, I was able to still get my degree, even though I had a baby very young with minimal help from her father at that time, because also he was young, very immature, thinking about himself. And which is, I would say, I wouldn't say expected, but when you're that age, it happens. Not to make any excuses, but as a mother, I had to do all the things. So I'm proud of myself for doing what I needed to do for my baby and for myself during that season of my life. All right, now we move on. Why not open your dating options to include non-Black men? That's a good question. So I am not opposed. Somebody just asked me what I majored in. I have a bachelor's in English, and I have my master's. I don't know if y'all know, I have a master's degree in advertising and marketing communications. Okay, back to what you just asked me. I was gonna forget about that, so that's why I wanted to answer that real quick. So I am not opposed to dating outside of my race. I would prefer a Black man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would just prefer to be with a Black man. That just is what it is. But I'm not opposed. I used to be opposed, but not for the reasons that you would think. If you're an OG, you probably already know this, but I used to purposely not date outside of my race for Amira. My hair was short when I started my channel. If you're an OG, you know that. My first couple of videos, I had short hair. And around that time, Amira was not a toddler. She was 4, 5, 6 maybe. And when she went to school, one day she came home and she said, "Mommy, how come my hair doesn't blow in the wind like the white girls or the other girls?" And I said, "Oh, that's all I needed to know." And I stopped relaxing my hair. I grew my hair out so that my hair texture would mimic hers. So she felt good about that. That being said, it was very important to me to make sure my baby feels seen, especially within her household, because she's already experiencing some of that, colorism and stuff, texturism outside of the house. So in that moment, I also made up my mind that, see, you remember this. Yeah, y'all, this was the thing back then. I made up my mind that I was not going to date outside of my race, only because I think that with a young African-American daughter who is dark-skinned, I didn't want her to experience texturism and colorism within her own household. It was already happening outside of it. I could control whether or not that happened within the house and people comparing her to her siblings. That was just a decision that I made. But Amira's older now. If I were to have more children, she won't be in the house. You know what I'm saying? And it's a different dynamic now that she's older. So I am open. But I ain't looking for it because I would prefer a Black man. I'm just gonna be honest. I just want the black love. Like, that's what I want. But if that's what God has for me, Lord, give it to me. I'm totally, totally okay with that. Um, let's see. What else we got? Hi, DOA. I did consider Vlogmas, actually, y'all. I did consider it. However, there's some other things that I'm working on right now that needed to take precedence over that. So I did not do Vlogmas, but I did want to. I thought about it. Yanika's on here. She can vouch for me. I really wanted to do Vlogmas. Dallas is 3.5 hours away from Houston. Yeah, I know. So we're going to do both cities eventually. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Florida. Lord. Well, dang, y'all want me to do a world tour. Let me see. What else we got? Sorry, y'all. I'm just going through everything so that I can get to another question. If someone is trying to elevate their look or their presence, where should they start? If you want to elevate your look, the first thing I would do is get on Pinterest. First of all, you need to understand what you want to look like and how you want to present yourself to the world first before you just start buying random things. I am guilty of that, wanting to elevate my style and then just buying stuff. You know what I'm saying? And ended up with like the same thing over and over and not really able to create like a full wardrobe out of it. I would get on Pinterest and see what speaks to you, create some boards, and then from there, figure out what are you seeing over and over and over and over, and then make yourself a list of the pieces that you need to get for yourself. That's clothing. I would say the same thing about hair and makeup because it all fits into what you want to look like. And I think every woman should have their own signature style, their own signature look that's individual to them. But you got to see things in order to see what speaks to you, that speaks to you, your personality, and who you want to be. So that's looks. When it comes to presence, when you say presence, I'm assuming you mean like how you show up, your confidence, who you are as a person. I would say the exact same thing. We always need to know where we're going in order to get there. If you just say, I want to be a better person, I want to have better presence, I would get very specific on what that actually means. And once you know what that means, do your research and figure out how to get from point A to point B. You know what I'm saying? So let's say I have a goal of wanting to speak better. I want to get rid of some of the ums and away from my, vocabulary for certain reasons, because I feel like my future is going to need that skill. So I'm going to look into specific things, joining Toastmasters, talking to people who do presentations and do speeches all the time to see what type of, just see what type of tips they give me. I say that to say, know where you're going so you know how to get there. So yeah, just be specific about what you mean about presence and then figure out what that looks like for you. Let's see. What's going to be my reaction when I hit 1 million subscribers? I'm going to sob. What do you mean? I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry, and I'm going to cry hard. I know that that's going to happen for me. Don't know when, but I'm going to continue to push, and it's going to happen. The way Dior be in your face. Child. Okay. She's my baby. I literally just posted on TikTok this week a little TikTok about Dior because she chose me as her person and not Amira. I get it. She's with me all the time. Amira is giving Howard U energy. So Amira wants to go to either Howard or Spelman. It's funny you say that. Her first choice, y'all, I'm gonna turn girlfriends off because it is distracting me. She wants to go to Spelman. Spelman is her first choice. But Spelman is a liberal arts school. So that means they don't carry business degrees and things like that. So if not, she wants to go to Howard. I do believe that Amira is going to go away to school. She is responsible. Like, she is able to handle herself. I can see it now. So yeah. I'm proud of my baby. And matter of fact, I'm proud of her, but I'm proud of me. Yeah. I feel like Amira is a reflection of what I've done as a single mom. And Single mothers out there, especially if you are really truly doing it by yourself or if you have multiple children, baby, it's hard. It's very hard. I can remember so many times just sobbing and crying in my bathroom with the door closed and she's on the other end. Mommy, mommy, mommy. It's just very tough. And I feel like it changes every season. But I think that I've raised a beautiful, well-rounded, level-headed, young lady, and I'm very proud of myself. So if you're a single mom and you look at your child and you see the fruits of your labor, be proud of yourself. Number one, yes, I'm proud of them. That's great. You're becoming your own person. You're doing your own thing. But everything that's in you is cause of me. Take yourself out, girl. Let me see. What store would you recommend that's affordable if you want to start a capsule wardrobe? Honestly, I would. It depends. It depends. Because capsules, you want to have more pieces that are very, preferably higher quality, but you can do it with a Fashion Nova, with a H&M. But I would say H&M. I'm gonna say H&M. That's my top. That's what I would say. I think H&M is the most affordable to where they have basic staple pieces in multiple colors, depending on what your vibe is, where you can really get some solid things. After that, we'll graduate to your Zara's, to your Express, to your Mango maybe, and then after that Aritzia. So that, to me, that would be the line. But if you really, really can't afford it, girl, Fashion Nova ain't never did no wrong. Okay, y'all know I still shop at Fashion Nova because Fashion Nova got some cute stuff. You might have to be on page 17, but they got some good stuff if you really like have to watch your coins. I wouldn't say Shein though. I would say Fashion Nova. I'll shop at Shein too. But if we're looking for pieces that might last you a little bit longer, I would say Fashion Nova. Let's see. What would you change about your home buying journey if you could? Area, cost, or realtor? My realtor was amazing. So, Shanae, I would not have changed that. Area, I wish I was a little bit closer to the city. Just because every time I want to go to the city, I am trekking, baby, trekking down the highway. It's a nice little drive. And that mileage adds up. Like, let's say it's the middle of the night and you want to go out with your girlfriends, like, you know what I'm saying? And you got to consider Ubering. It's pretty far. So I think that would be one thing I would consider. And if I can keep it real with y'all, right? I don't think, if I could go back, I don't even think I would buy my house at all. And I say that to say owning property is a beautiful thing. It's a great thing. However, I am a single woman. And owning a house is ghetto. It's a lot of responsibility, especially being down here with no help, no support system. And I ain't gonna lie to you, even when I was married, I was doing all the things, and it's a lot to deal with. And I would not, if I knew that going in, I don't think I would have chose that for myself. It's a beautiful thing to have. Not knocking home buying. That's wonderful. Obviously, it's great to own property. However, with everything else I have going on, being a single mother, doing my own career and all of that, baby, it's just a lot. I don't know if I would choose that for myself again. So let's just say after this, unless I get married before Amir goes to school, I 100% think that I will probably buy like a condo or a high rise or something after this. You know, I think that's what I would probably do. Something where the maintenance is handled. That too. Let's see. Even if you, somebody said, even if you did date out, is Atlanta the place for that? Every time I visit, it feels a bit segregated. Atlanta is segregated. Where I'm from is segregated too. St. Louis is segregated. I would say Atlanta is not the place for dating. I haven't dated a whole lot here. However, I'm a little scared to date here. if only because the HIV rate being so high. And though I'm already, celibate, I'm not sleeping with these men, that's still scary. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of reasons, but that's one of the main ones. Um, what products do you use for your pixie to keep it looking dry? Design Essentials. You can get it from your local beauty supply. My hair was very dry until I went to DC and saw my friend Janae, and I said, "Girl, how your pixie be shiny all the time?" And she put me on to Design Essentials, and I never looked back. I use the serum and I use the spray. Let's see. What else we got? Is the chat recorded? I think they automatically save it, so I am gonna put this as a video on the channel, y'all. I'm glad I'm in a new season too, child. Ooh, thank you, Father. Let's see. What kind of phone do I have? I have an iPhone 15 Pro Max. I'm on my front camera with you guys. I do not wish I rented though. I wish I could have bought something that had maintenance included. That's what I meant when I said that I don't think I would have bought. I don't think I would have bought a single family home alone, a large one at that. My house is 3,100 square feet, and it's just, me and Amira. I love the size for Amira and I, but I don't love the size for me only taking care of all of the maintenance. There we go. How can I position myself so that I can be with an agency? How can I build a community for interactions and visibility? First of all, agencies need to know they're going to make money. That's the very first thing. They are not going to sign anyone who's not already making somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000 a month on their own, just because they take 20% off the top. So you got to get to the point where you are monetizing and, doing partnerships on your own before you can get with an agency. But the way you do that is to build influence. You have to build influence, which is heavily reliant on building a community. You're not going to influence anybody if you ain't built a community. People need to trust you, and you shouldn't really, if I'm being honest, I'm just working my way back. People shouldn't just trust you because you want people to trust you so you can make some money. You need to care about your audience. You need to care about what you're talking about. You need to add value to their lives. You need to be passionate about what it is that you are talking about and creating about, because that translates to your audience, enabling you to create a community. So I would be very intentional about responding to your comments, to creating content that sparks answers and questions and answers. Ask questions in your comment section, or ask questions within the video so people can respond, and then get in there and have those conversations with people. If someone asks you for a link, go and find the link. Even if it's for one person. I know many of y'all can probably attest that if you it doesn't happen all the time because I'm one person. However, if somebody's in my comments or in my DMs, like, I will find the link for you specifically. Like, I don't care if I'm not giving it to everyone else. That's how you build trust with your people, and that you just genuinely care, and you should genuinely care, and that translates. And if you can do that, from my experience, not just me, but other girls that I know, your following will follow you anywhere, which is a beautiful thing to have in this career. So yeah, focus on that community. What else we got? Owning a home, but I want to, girl, yes. Owning a home it's hard to have a soft life when you own a big old house by yourself. It's so much to do. It's doable. Me personally, I wouldn't choose that for myself again. Just because as a woman you can do something doesn't mean you should. That's just me. Let me see. When people get older, they move out of their house. They move into something smaller. Yeah, that always happens. Absolutely. Especially if you're alone. My favorite foundation is the Patrick Ta. Very, very long name, but the Patrick Todd Foundation. This is, I think, my third one that I've gone through, and I will be purchasing another one. My last couple I did buy. I did get it in PR initially. And concealer is NARS, either soft matte in the pot or radiant creamy in the tube. Let's see. When did you realize that you were done with your marriage? About 6 months before I ended it. And how did you have the courage? Someone said, they asked me, okay, when did you realize you were done? And was it early in? And how did you have the courage to call it quits? And what advice would you give someone struggling to leave? I love this question. Like I said earlier, don't ask me about that man, but ask me stuff like this. I love these kind of questions. Because so many of us, let's just be honest, y'all can scream decenter man all you want, which I agree with. However, a lot of us want companionship, marriage, and children. And there's nothing wrong with that. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that this kind of conversation is good to have because most of us are in relationships and this matters. And you don't want to just stay in anything just to have those things. So, I've had so many conversations with friends where they would be like, girl, you was up out of there. Like, you ain't waste no time. Y'all was only married for 10 months. Like, you was up out of there. And one thing that I would say to them sometimes is like, don't you feel like it's different though? Because I was only in it for such a short amount of time. Like, do you feel like it would be harder if you were with them for a longer time? Let's say someone's married for 10 years. It feels like maybe it would be harder to get out. And some of them tell me like, no, not necessarily. Like, it takes a certain amount of guts to actually stand up and leave. And I've gotten that compliment a few times or asking exactly what made me get up out. And if I'm being completely honest with you guys, it was the fact that I would say it was the fact that my life was starting to unravel because of this person. That's one. And then also my body started reacting. Our bodies will tell us things before our mind knows. And I had never experienced my body screaming at me ever. So that was new. The anxiety that my body was experiencing, having anxiety attacks. I don't think I've shared this with you guys, but I had anxiety attack 2 weeks before the wedding. That should have told me something. However, that's the first anxiety attack I've ever had. My body was screaming at me. And then I started having y'all know this, but super heavy chest heaviness, and I could not sleep. My body was reacting, but then mostly I noticed that my goals and things about my life that I had worked towards things weren't getting done. I was not mentally where I needed to be to do what I needed to do for my life. And if I had to sit down and really think about it, it was the decision to get into that marriage that was pulling my life backwards versus forward. And I had to make some hard decisions. And I think what made me actually make the decision to go was I had to choose me over him. I had to, because if I chose him, I would have continued to dwindle. I would have shrunk as I already was doing. And the reason that was happening because I wasn't getting what I needed. I was pouring, and no one was pouring into me. I was giving, and no one was giving to me. And when that happens, you're completely drained and you're completely, there's what can you give? You slowly disappear while the other person slowly, becomes better because everything's being pulled from you. And I had to choose myself in that situation. And that's not the easiest thing to do, but the question is, how much do you actually care about yourself, your life, your goals, the things that you had going on before that person, and prioritizing that. And that's a hard decision to make, especially because it's going to make the other person mad. It's going to make them angry. It's going to make them not like you, maybe. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of negatives that can come along with that. But you have to choose you if you care about your life. You know what I'm saying? Think of, can you be the person that you know that you can be and want to be with that person? And if the answer is no, you're going to have to deal with them being mad. You're going to be the villain in their story. You're going to, you know what I'm saying? All these things are true. But the future will be brighter. And I would even say with children in the mix. Because me personally, my daughter at the time, I didn't realize my daughter could see what was happening. And she saw how not mad, but how sad I was. I remember during that time, she would say, Mommy, you would just, every time me and you would just go to Starbucks, you would be so happy. And you would never be happy like that in the house. Like you would be so happy when we would get out the house. And I'm like, she's noticing my moods. She's noticing all of these things. And I just think that it's better to show your child or your children you choosing yourself than for them to live a lifetime of seeing dysfunction and negativity, because our children, this is their foundation. We're building who they are as a person as their child, and you don't want to program that dysfunction into your children. So yeah, there we go. I hope I verbalized that well. Let's see. Don't mind me. Don't mind the silence, y'all. Just looking through the questions because I feel like I'm not near the bottom at all. Yeah, but somebody said your body was like, get him out of here. Yes, she was very much screaming at me. Let's see. Thank you, y'all. Just everybody commenting about being transparent and vulnerable. I appreciate that. I be telling my friend, I tell Unique this all the time. I feel like God chose the right person to share their life because I don't mind sharing. I really don't. I really don't mind. I don't mind sharing. And sometimes I feel like, especially with the audience that God has blessed me with, of course, not that I go through things for my audience, but I do believe that I'm meant to be a person to share what I've experienced with my audience because he has given me such a large one, if that makes any sense at all. God doesn't work in singles. God works in numbers. So I feel like if he's blessing me and he's teaching me some, I don't mind telling y'all. I really don't. So I don't mind, like I said, I don't mind the questions about the marriage. I just don't want questions about the person. Let's see. Just looking for more questions, y'all. You're so welcome, y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Let's see. Any single mom advice? Be more specific. If you want single mom advice, ask me specifically what you want to know. So that I'm just not talking to the wind. Somebody said, I found you while you was in the picture and I couldn't understand why you seemed so sad and depressed. Yes, girl. Well, also, y'all got to remember, another reason why I don't share all the details from that time is there are children involved, and I'm a public figure. Like, by no means do I want to down him, you know, when his children can click on here and see everything that I'm saying. It ain't got nothing to do with protecting him. It has everything to do with protecting innocent people. You know, there was 3 kids involved, and I can talk about me and my lessons without talking about the negative details of him specifically. I think they both can exist. Let me see what else we got. What made you start solo dating? I started solo dating because of you. Oh, period. I started solo dating because I wanted to get to know myself better. I wanted to not only get to know myself better, but I wanted to be more comfortable with myself. That will always be one of my mottos of life, is do what you need to do to get comfortable with you. effortless bars. Not me rhyming. Unintentional. But y'all don't mind me. Do what you need to do to get comfortable with you. And I say that because as we go through this life, everybody else comes and goes. Everyone. You are the only constant in your life. You and Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Besides the Lord, everyone else comes and goes. You raise children, they leave. You know what I'm saying? You get into marriages, sometimes they don't work out. You know what I'm saying? You are raised by your parents, you leave. There are different stages of life. People have children, people move on, even best friends. Like, you are your only constant. And I think it's super, super important to make sure that you're comfortable being alone. And the only way to do that is to practice being alone. And a lot of times we allow terrible things to happen within our lives or people to come into our lives because we don't want to be alone. I know people who, you know, regardless of this man not treating you the way you want to be treated or should be treated, at least you got somewhere to go Saturday night. At least you got somebody texting you, "Good morning, beautiful." You know what I'm saying? And when you're okay with your own company, with who you are, with doing your own thing, your standards get a little bit more tight. You know, you're more likely to stand on business versus being so needy for attention and things like that. But then also for me, solo dating has taught me to it's taught me things about myself outside of the opinions of other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, people thinking that I should do this or I should wear that or I should spend my time doing this. No, when I'm alone, I can decide what do I actually like when someone else isn't forcing their opinion, or I have to consider other people's opinion. So I actually started because I realized that I was not cool being by myself. I wasn't, like, I was needy. I was very needy. I was always up under some man, literally and figuratively. And I wanted to, you know, kind of figure out who Maya was, and just start that journey of becoming a better person. When I started, I had no idea I had the issues that I actually did. Like I said earlier, my marriage and divorce, all of that taught me some things about myself I had no idea existed. But it was a great start of a very long self-love journey. And I think that solo dating is really, really great because you can understand who you are. I don't know any other way that you can find that out besides intentionally being alone. Um, let's see. What else we got? What else we got, y'all? Somebody said, "Not gonna lie, you made a wonderful stepmother to those kids, but it was not meant to be." But I think I did a good job with the little time that I had. I love those boys. They were pretty cool. And just to get this rumor out of there, some people think that I left him because of his kids. That's not true. That's not true at all. Because of the timing of how everything happened. I just want to get that out there. That is not true at all. I love those babies to death. Let's see. Just looking for another question, y'all. When you first got into makeup, how often did you practice? Every day. Every day, and then I started taking clients. Do you ever want Amira to do social media? I don't mind if Amira does social media. I think that if she did, that would be great, especially since she has a mother who knows all the ins and outs. I wouldn't mind that. I just don't think she would want to do it. I don't know. We shall see. Let's see. Brow products. I'm wearing my Refi brow pencil. It is my favorite brow pencil because it's super, super thin and you can make like the hair-like strokes. Uh-oh. What else we got? Somebody asked, could I make some videos where I do new skincare and new makeup? I can, but y'all not gonna watch. And I did a whole spiel about that a few videos ago. Solo dating in Atlanta is a vibe. Yes, it is. There's so many beautiful places to go in Atlanta for solo dating. I'm just reading, y'all. Let's see if I can find another question. Yes, I was counting Amira as well in those 3 kids. I was talking about his 2 children, and he had 2 boys and I had 1 girl. Your solo dates are usually going out to eat. Would you solo date doing other activities? I actually need to do that. My comfort zone, I have fallen into a comfort zone when it comes to solo dating, and that is going to eat. And actually, right now, that does not fit into the goals that I have for myself for health reasons and nutrition. So I do want to do other things, and I'm realizing that I do have some ways to go when it comes to um, solo dating and all of that, because I went to a concert by myself and I felt awkward. And I'm thinking to myself, Maya, you've been solo dating for years, but you feel very weird right now. And that let me know I needed to do some other things. So yes, I do want to do some other solo activities that I believe could help me. And when I do, I will be filming that. Somebody asked what's the lip combo I have on. I'm wearing the Morphe lip liner. This is their lip pencil in signature lip pencil in Trendsetter. The lipstick is the Morphe what is Morphe lip filler lipstick. They look like this. It's in the shade Teddy. And then I have the Refi lip gloss on top. Clear lip gloss. Do. Let's see. Hi guys. There's still people coming in and out. Let's see. Do I have anything new as far as fashion collaborations? No, not right now. I drink 2 of these a day. Someone asked how much water do I drink? I drink 2 of these a day on a good day. On a bad day, I drink 1. I'm scared to get my brows microbladed. Just because, yeah, I'm very afraid, because once it's there, it's there. I don't know if I trust nobody that much. How much money to save before quitting to become a full-time influencer? And then I saw someone also ask, how much do partnerships start at? Number one, partnerships for, working with brands as an influencer can start low. I think my very first partnership was, first I did like product in exchange for content. And then once I started charging, my very first one was Beauty Bakery. I worked with Beauty Bakery on Instagram, and they paid me like $500 for a reel. But I think I had like 12,000 followers or something like that. So it starts low depending on where you are and how many followers you have, and then there's no cap. So think about that. There's no cap depending on what your audience is. It's all about marketing, and it makes sense. It's all about marketing. So the more people that the brands have access to, the more money they are willing to pay you to advertise to your audience. And then the other question was how much money to save before quitting to become a full-time influencer. It depends on your life. You know what I'm saying? It depends on how much it costs to live the life that you want to live. For me, I was at my old job, I think making like $2,200 a month or something like that. And at the time, that financed my life. But I still was struggling a little bit as a single mother. So of course I knew I wanted to have at least 6 months to a year, preferably a year worth of money saved up before I would quit my job. That way I know that I'm good for a while. And then the money also would need to be flowing for me in the influencer space as well. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I had a little money saved up, but I went viral, so that's what happened to me, and specifically on YouTube. So that translated into money from views, but then also with brands reaching out. And y'all, I think I had like $30,000 about to hit my account after my video went viral, like a couple months after my video went viral. And I was like, it just don't make sense for me to it just don't make sense for me to keep working for this $1,100 check every 2 weeks, right? It just doesn't. And I did step out on faith though, because I don't think it was as much money that, I guess 2,000, that's 15. I had enough to hold me for a year with $30,000, but I didn't exactly have the money in my account yet. But I stepped out on faith. But it depends on what your life looks like and how much your bills are. Um, let's see. The other reason I'm obsessed with the Refi pencil, girl, it's so good. It is so good. Let's see. Mm. Top 5 places to solo date in Atlanta. I don't even want to answer that because they're all restaurants. So y'all know I like to eat. Am I still meal prepping the same meals? I actually just switched up my meal preps today. I'm trying the anti-inflammatory diet. Not really a diet, but lifestyle change. I realized that I have a dairy allergy and I'm cutting out gluten. So I am trying that out. So I am still meal prepping, but I'm trying some new things out, and I will let y'all know in January how that goes. Give me a month and let's see what happens. Um, let's see. Hey y'all. Do I have any new content ideas for short form coming in the new year? I absolutely do. We have a lot of new things coming in the new year. I've been planning my butt off. So, yes, some amazing things that I won't necessarily talk about right now. But yes, let's see. Someone said Amira is growing into a beautiful young woman. How has she fared through that situation? Did you have her in therapy? Asking because she seems pretty close with your ex. Yes. Amira Amira did okay. Amira is team mommy. Let's just be honest. She is. She's team mommy. So she did okay throughout the breakup. They were close, but they weren't super, super, super close. But they were close. She did all right. And this is the second relationship, which I hate for me. But this is the second relationship that she has witnessed throughout my life or throughout her life with my life, and I hate that. But overall, she's done pretty good. And yeah. I saw somebody it came up on my screen, asked about Babes Reinvented. Yes. We do have an update there, but you gotta give me ask me that again in January. Or you don't have to ask me in January. You'll see it in January. I have, yes, if those who don't know, I had 2 years ago after my divorce, I did do like a YouTube membership, and it was called Babes Reinvented, but I stopped it. And while we're on it, because I wanted to bring this up, I do believe that was premature. It was extremely premature, but I think I was very excited. The whole thing was like, I'm going through this reinvention or this, becoming a better person after my divorce and everything that I learned and all these things. It was like, go through this with me type of thing. It's what it was. It was a YouTube membership. And I had no idea that I was going to go through a depression after that. I had no idea that I was going to go through even more shifting of me and my personal mental, my relationship with God, just so many things, so much anger with myself with what I had gone through. So I stopped it, and I'm so happy that I did because I had some more growing and healing to do. However, I did let y'all know that that's not completely dead. It's not going to be called that anymore, but it is going to be something else. So stay tuned for that. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see. What else we got? Ooh, candle making. That would be fun to do by myself. That would be real cool. Keep up with the concert, someone says. I know it's awkward for me because the people around me did not have the same energy towards the artist, like dancing and stuff. So yeah, I feel that. I was very, very awkward at that concert, but I think if I continue to do that, that will help me to get more comfortable being in multiple settings than just eating. Block and drum. I went to block and drum. It was cute. It was really cute. Sorry, y'all. Just looking for more questions. Okay, I'm gonna read this question because I thought about this as I was saying it. Someone said, instead of saying y'all not gonna watch them, how about appreciating the ones who do watch or request those type of videos from you? I don't want that to come across as unappreciative. I definitely do not, because it's not. I'm not unappreciative. However, this is my job. You have to be realistic to understand that this is what I do for a living. And if this person specifically, you could have missed the conversation that I had a few weeks ago. I'm never unappreciative of any of the views that I get. I'm so grateful that anyone tunes in. However, when those videos get half the views of my vlogs, it hurts me financially, meaning that hurts. When I say hurts financially, it means that there are brands who see my average on my channel and they pay me based on that. And the amount they pay me matters with how I pay for my house, how I pay for Amira's cheer fees, how I do everything I do in my life financially, because life costs money. So I have to consider that when it comes to creating content, because I do this full time. So I just want to put that out there. I never want anything to come across as I'm being unappreciative. I'm super appreciative. People that have been here for a long time, y'all know I love y'all. I create content for y'all. I respond to y'all, all the things. Like, that's never a thing. And I don't want that to be misconstrued, but it does matter because I do this for a living. And if I can't do this full time, we're not going to get, you're not going to get the content. My complete life will change completely. I literally would have to leave Atlanta and live with my mother, probably. So like it matters, things cost money. So I appreciate someone who said that. I did want to point that out, that when it came out my mouth, I see why it could sound that way, but I want you to know that's not ever what I mean. Let's see. Pottery class. Pottery class sounds fun. Yes, this will be left up to rewatch, definitely. I am looking at comments. When y'all see me looking down, I'm looking at comments to find questions. So yes, you can ask me a question about content. Trinity, that's who said that. I do still go to church here in Atlanta. I go to Change Church. I absolutely love Change Church. I don't see that changing anytime soon. Would I ever go back to school? Absolutely not. I never want to be a student ever again in my life, unless I'm doing it on my own terms in my own house, like as far as taking a course, like someone's e-course or something like that. I have no interest in going back to school. Let me see. Someone said, I used to solo date a bunch, and lately, if I do it, I feel an intense loneliness when I'm out alone. Made me realize only me feeling my void wasn't enough. Advice on not internalizing those feelings. I get lonely as well. And I would say there are times in my solo dates that I get lonely too. I think the feeling of loneliness is normal. I think that's a human feeling that I personally don't feel like should be tried to push down, because we're human. We're supposed to feel all the feelings. However, I wouldn't verbalize it as saying that it made me realize that filling my void is not enough, because solo dating is not to try, from my perspective, solo dating is not trying to eliminate loneliness with your own company. I just shared the reasons why I solo date, and none of that is to try to not be lonely, because I still get lonely. It's to be okay. You know what I'm saying? It's so that you're not like so lonely that you'll take any and everything. I personally try to, number one, focus on my reasons for solo dating. Number one, because that keeps my eyes on the prize. You got to know where you're going in order to, all the things. So I try to remember why I'm doing what I'm doing, but I let myself feel lonely. I do. If a tear's about to come, I'm gonna let it come. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let it drop. Because in that same breath, I also know that I want what's best for me. And I've been in a situation where, out of loneliness, out of, some people would say, desperation, going into something just to have someone. And I will prefer to be alone for the rest of my life than to live like that again. So I think sometimes when you have that experience, The loneliness is there, but it don't sting as much because you know you're holding out for a reason and for a good one. You know what I'm saying? So that helps me not to internalize it, but I do feel it. I let myself feel it. Sometimes one of the best ways to, deal with something and deal with a feeling is to feel it. I don't think we should ever try to push them away or try not to feel that or try to have something to fill that void. I hope that made sense. I could be rambling, but it's fine. Let's see. Someone said, how did I seek God about my move to Atlanta? Because I'm interested in moving to Georgia for my career and I feel God saying yes. I prayed. I prayed and I asked God for confirmation. I prayed for a long time, actually. I would say long time. I would say like 6 months. I definitely prayed to ask God if I was supposed to do it, and I felt like He opened the door wide open for it to happen, which I felt was my yes. Someone said the same. I used to solo date as me time when I was with my guy. Now that we are through, solo date feels weird. Well, first of all, I'm all for solo dating while you're in a relationship. I think that's really important because, like I said earlier, you never want to lose yourself in a man or in a relationship. Always continue to be your own person, do your own thing, and continue to find out who you are because that could end. And even if it doesn't, you don't want everything about you to be about him. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's really important. But you definitely should keep solo dating, even if it does feel weird outside of that relationship. It's really, really important. Let me see. How do you handle family being overly critical about your life decisions? I've gone through that before. It depends. I'm about to say it depends on if it's actually overtly, but in general, you got to remember that this is your life. You can respect people while also creating boundaries. At the end of the day, your life is not your mother's life. It's not your sister's. It's not your friends. It's not anyone in your families. It's your life and you have to live it. You wake up every day and live your own life. You got to remember that. And that sounds cliche as a cliche answer, but it's the truth. And I don't believe that it's disrespectful not to take, and different cultures are different, but this is my personal opinion. I don't think it's disrespectful not to live in a way that would honor or obey someone else's views of how you should live your life. And then from there, it's about standing up for yourself and creating those boundaries. Sometimes you got to shake the table. I talked about this earlier. Sometimes choosing you looks like shaking the table and becoming the villain for other people. And sadly, that's just what comes with it. You know what I'm saying? Someone just asked, what's next for me in life? Some things are next. I'm not going to say what it is. Not necessarily a secret, but God has already told me, mum's the word, Maya, hush it up until it's out there. So yes, I'm working on some things, but I know what's next. I'm very, very excited about. Let's see. Oh, somebody said, were you resentful of your daughter's father for making you a single mom and carrying all the weight? And did he apologize to you both? We're struggling with that. I was resentful to her father, not for making me a single mom, because I, had a hand in that as well. But as far as him not being as present throughout most of the time, I would say I had some resentment, especially at the beginning, because sadly, as a woman, we do all the things and hold all the responsibility when they don't show up the way they needed to. And I used to be so angry. That that was an option, that it felt like it was an option for him. And this is not about him specifically. I mean, just in general, of course, for me, it's him specifically. But in general, as mothers, it feels like for a man going into having a child, why is this an option to you? Like, why in your mind do you feel like you have a choice? You know what I'm saying? Whereas for us, it's never a choice. And I don't know if that's I'm not even gonna say that. I'm about to say I don't know if it's a wiring of being a woman versus a man, but no, any human decent person should take care of their offspring. So that should not be a choice. So I would definitely say that I have had a lot of resentment and frustration when it comes to that, because it's like, I know I didn't make this child by myself. Like, we was both there. Why? What is happening? So I take my responsibility in it. However, I have had a lot of resentment in the past. I'm good now. Still don't like that I've had to do it on my own, but I'm not crashing out about it. I got to the point where it is what it is, and I'm gonna instill in my daughter everything that I can, even though I wasn't able to give her the 2-parent household that I wish I could have, which was one of my top reasons why I've been what some of y'all call desperate to, get, not now, but in general. One of my top reasons was trying to create a family dynamic or household where my daughter actually had a father figure. You know what I'm saying? Actually had, especially since I personally did not have it. Trying to correct that for her life. That's always been top of mind, but we can only, I don't want to word this. We can only make decisions based on how far we've come or how much we've grown. I had some blind spots and some limitations that I didn't know I had, which made all of that go downhill. But point is, you have good intentions for your children, but you can only do as good as your level of healing and your level of growth. So we just keep trying. Let's see. It's a choice to choose to be responsible. That's true. That's true. It is a choice to choose to be responsible, but I don't think the responsibility is a choice. You have a child, we both have the responsibility. You know what I'm saying? But you can choose to be responsible. I get that. How do you feel about marriage now after being divorced? Do you still feel the same way about marriage before you got married, or has some of your ideas about a partner in marriage changed? I feel the same. Ain't no one man finna come in here and change. No, he ain't gonna change that, because I know that everybody's different. There are different people. You know what I'm saying? He's raised differently than other people. I'm raised differently than other people. It's a very individualized situation. I never allow one-offs to make me generalize anything. So no, I feel the exact same way about marriage. I still want to be married again, and I pray that God has that in the cards for me. I believe, because I have such a deep desire for it, that God gave me that because he knows it's going to happen for me. That's what I believe, and that gives me hope. And I believe that I'm going to have it one day, and I'm excited. I think for me, it gives me excitement to know that I'm free to have a beautiful love story one day. Who knows what can happen? And I know that so much more is going to happen for me and for my career and the rooms that I'll be in. Like, I have no idea what that's going to look like, but I'm super excited about it. And I still have the same views about marriage. However, I've learned a whole lot. So the way I would navigate as a wife might be a little bit different. Obviously, the things that I look for in a spouse will be different. Things like that, absolutely. But as far as my divorce tainting my opinion of marriage, not at all. I'm just not a generalizer. I'm not gonna let that situation or him or whatever change anything about what I know God can do for me. Let's see. No, I did not find my ring. It's in this house somewhere. Y'all know how I got the little the ring? It was like a little crown. I said it was like it was a ring for my celibacy. It didn't go on this finger, it came on this one. It's in this house somewhere, y'all. I lost it. I still ain't found it. I'm gonna find it. Who knows? Yes, his mind, Amir's father, his mind was set on becoming a doctor, and he did it. He became a doctor. It just, you have to sacrifice some things in order to do some things in life sometimes. Let's see what else y'all got. Yep, I do believe marriage is a covenant of God, 100%. Nobody can make me not believe that. I don't care how many bad relationships I can get into. I'm I know what God can do. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna mess this up over here. Um Thank you. Somebody said my Art Deco wall looks nice in the background. Any more updates? Yes, I do have more updates coming in the house. I've just been swamped with doing other things. So I feel like my house decorating comes in waves. Depending on what's going on in my life. If I slow down and I don't have a lot of partnerships or I don't have a lot going on, then I get on Pinterest and I'm scrolling and I'm getting ideas, and then we have a home updates video. That's kind of how it happens. So just wait for the next wave, and I do have some other updates that I want to do to the house. But I'm be honest with y'all, I will probably be up out of here once Amir graduates. We got a little bit less than 4 years until then, but we gonna be up out of here by then. But until then, we gonna make this house look like me. Like, I want my house to reflect me, my personality, especially since the last couple of years I've learned what that is. And I'm outside of that everything white, everything beige stage, because whatever, not gonna talk about that. But I know who I am, I know what I like now, and I want my house to reflect that. So yes, we gonna ride until the wheels fall off until we move up out of here. Um, let's see. Someone said, what keeps me consistent? She joined late, but she's going through a depression. And what motivates me to continue? And she's struggling. Um, for me, I always think about my why, and that's what keeps me consistent in whatever I'm doing. Um, for me personally, as a single mom, Amira is my number one why. So I'm always thinking about wanting to have generational wealth for her, wanting to show an example to her, a healthy example of a woman, of a single mother, of a whatever the case may be, of a business owner, all the thing, or as just a woman in general. I'm always thinking about her. And that helps me to be consistent, especially on the days where I'm not doing that great when it comes to like depression or struggling to just get up. Um, it it's tough. It's really tough. And I'm not gonna lie, especially during the time where I was depressed. Yes, Amira is my constant, and she's my person that keeps me consistent in my mental. But I would have days where I would literally just be on the couch or just sulking, or having my moments and not being able to get up. But as soon as that girl was about to come through the house, I would go upstairs, I would wash my face, I would throw on some clothes and make it could, even if it's just a hoodie and some leggings, I would make it look like something. Like, maybe it looked like I did something today, just because I know my baby is watching me. And now it's important, for children to know that everything is not perfect. Sometimes you go through things. So she's seen that. However, I say that to say that she gives me motivation to keep going and to be consistent. So I absolutely need that in my life, especially when I'm going through things. Yeah, and then outside of that, I'm a very ambitious person. I'm a person that have a lot of dreams. I have a lot of things that I want to do, and usually when my life is not mirroring the type of person I need to be to achieve those dreams, that sometimes will help me to stay consistent as well. Just keeping my eyes on the prize and where I want to go, even if that just means that day I got up and did one thing. You know what I'm saying? That's enough to be proud of. So when you're struggling, and I'm saying from experience, when you're struggling, challenge yourself to do one thing. One. And when I say one, I mean brush your teeth. Like, I'm talking about little. Like, you need to be proud of something that you got up to brush your teeth, or you got up and did one email. You got up and whatever it is, you meal prepped, or you ate healthy for one meal, or you called one friend, or whatever that is for you to work towards success. One, challenge yourself to do one thing over time. That will compile, and you'll be back to yourself. That would be my advice, because I've lived that, and it means a lot. Maybe I didn't sit on the couch and watch TV for 6 hours today. Maybe I only did it for 3. And the other ones I actually read something and I got on my computer for an hour. You know what I'm saying? And responded to comments. Maybe I can't create today. Maybe I don't feel like being in front of the camera, but I'm responding to comments. But I am brainstorming some ideas. One thing. That's all you got to do. Did I grow up in a single parent household? I did not. I grew up in a 2-parent household. However, technically I was raised by just my mom. This is just the truth of my story. My father was in the house, but he was not present. So yeah, that's how I was raised. So I was raised seeing a man in the house, but my mom working multiple jobs. Well, my dad always worked, but my mom worked multiple jobs and did all the things in my household. So that's how I was programmed, unfortunately. So yeah. What video editing software do you use? On YouTube, I use Final Cut Pro X, Final Cut Pro 10 for MacBook. For short form, I use CapCut on my phone. How long did it take you to build your confidence? Years, and I'm still building it. People that know me personally can tell you the truth about me. I am confident. I am. However, I am very much still working on my confidence. When it comes to networking, when it comes to standing on my own in a room full of my peers, when it comes to knowing that I know that I'm that girl and I can, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are things that I still kind of struggle with, that I'm still working on being confident. But to get to where I am now versus who I was 5 years ago, light years of progress. But it has taken years. I would say around the time I started solo dating, about 5 years ago, is when my confidence started to build, because I started working on it intentionally. But I still have a nice ways to go. But I know, this is what I talked about earlier. In case anybody wasn't here, I talked about how it's very important when you want to change yourself to know where you're going, to acknowledge who you were or who you are, even if it's ugly, and then to actually know where you want to go. That way you have a clear path of progress. So I'm glad that I know exactly what my issues are when it comes to confidence and how I want to change them, because I know the type of person that I want to be. So yeah. Let's see. Period. Sorry, y'all. Silence means I'm just looking for questions. Will I be picking back up on Galore Home? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I have some other things going right now that I'm super excited about. I highly doubt that I'm ever gonna be super consistent with my home decor content on the YouTube channel or on my short form. I'm sure I'll still post there here and there, but no, I don't think so. That's more of a hobby for me. It's less of a, be consistent with content type of thing. It's like something that I do because I love to do it. So when work is, happening, it probably won't happen that often. Let's see. Oh, somebody said I started watching you while I was on maternity leave because my voice made my 2-week-old daughter stop crying. Oh, and she's 2 now. I'm about to cry. That's so sweet. Oh, I love that. Y'all know I'm a crybaby. Don't be putting sentimental stuff in here, please, because I will cry. Let's see. Oh, I'm so happy you guys are enjoying the live. I'm so happy. Sorry, y'all. Just going through and looking. How did you and Unique's friendship flourish so well? I love that question. I don't even know if she's still in here, but that was a God thing. God knew I needed her, and God knew she needed me. We needed each other. I believe that God put Unique and I together for such a time as we needed it to. I mean, the timing was crazy. There was just some things I was going through in life and things she was going through in life that we could relate on, and we just we just clicked, and I believe it was God. Because we actually, I don't know if y'all know that, but me and Unique actually met through a follower. So someone who followed me and someone who followed her was like, I think y'all would be good friends. And we met up and we've been stuck at the hip ever since. So it's been a little bit over 2 years now. Janique and I met up for the very first time during the summer that my ex-husband and I separated. So um, let's see. Just looking for questions, y'all. I will not be going to Fashion Week in February. I'm going to be waiting to go to Fashion Week in September. Now that I've been to both, I prefer September. And I think that's the one that I want to keep going to. You know, I might do February here and there, but I will not be going this upcoming February, no. Have you thought of moving anywhere else besides Georgia? I have. I don't know if y'all know this, but I've always wanted to be on the West Coast. Always. It used to be because I wanted to be a singer, and y'all know that about me. Some of y'all do. But I still have interest in going to the West Coast. Maybe like the outskirts of LA type of thing. I don't know if I ever will, but I also have interest in being in DC. So we'll see. If I am unmarried still, or not, you know, with someone and considering him when it comes to life, when Amira graduates from high school, who knows? I definitely want to get a place in St. Louis during that time, but not necessarily live there. I want to get a place because I want to spend some extended time there. However, I don't know where I'm going to be, y'all. I don't know. As of right now, Amira and I are very close, and she wants me in whatever city that she's in. But you know, a lot can change between 14 and 18. A whole lot can change. And who knows where my life is going to be. If I'm being honest, where I see my life in 4 years, I should probably be in Los Angeles. But we shall see. I'll let the Lord do his thing. How's my weight loss journey going? I look amazing. Thank you so much, sister. We had a little bump there. Hello, my love. We had a little bump there. Y'all see Dior got a haircut. We actually were not happy about it. It's growing back in now, but they cut her facial hair off. You know, she usually has like a fluffier face. But she looks cute now. That first week though, whew, it's a struggle. Oh, child, Maya, you can't. Nah, I done lost what I was talking about. Okay, that's not what I was talking about. I forgot. Oh, weight loss. Okay, so in August, I hit a certain amount, and then September, life started happening. We went to Fashion Week. My birthday came around. Then I had a whole bunch of events back to back, and then I went home for Thanksgiving. So there was a 3-month period where I wasn't losing, but I wasn't necessarily gaining. I actually just weighed myself this morning, and I did put on like 2 to 3 pounds from where I was in September, but we're back on it. This past week was very, very good for me, and I'm continuing on my weight loss journey. I did share earlier in the live that I am starting an anti-inflammatory lifestyle change because I realized that certain food groups have been keeping me bloated, keeping me inflamed. So we gonna see where we at come January. Give me a month to let it marinate. I'm also back not drinking as well. From mid-September to now, you know, I have been drinking again and things like that socially, but I'm stopping that. I don't plan on drinking when I go back home for the holidays. I just am really locked in on my goals right now. Let's see. Because y'all know, if I was drinking, I would have a nice glass of Cabernet right now. But your girl got goals. So, let's see. What else y'all got for me? I feel like when you were married, you lost that ambition a little bit. I did. I 100% did. It's not that I lost ambition while I was married. I had no space to be ambitious while I was married. Yeah. I had no space to do that because I was, like I've told y'all plenty of times before, I was doing all of the things. So when you're doing all of the things, you don't have space for other things. Just say that. Yeah. Let's see. I am still on live, y'all. This was only supposed to be an hour, and we've been on here for, it's been over an hour. Not too bad. Hour 15 minutes. Let's see. What size am I now? Now I'm like a solid size 6 right now. Solid, I would say. I want to get to a 4. I like how I am at a 4. So I'm trying to get down to a US 4. But it's also not about the number. It's really about how I feel in my body. So take that or leave that. Take as a grain of salt is what I meant to say. It's not about getting to a certain size for me. Yes, y'all see Dior running around. She is just always. Dior, where are you? Oh, she's over there. She got her bear. Oh, you got your bear, mommy? Hi. She wants to play fetch. This is not the time. Someone said, how do you organize your day with content creation Monday through Friday during work hours? Or do you do what you can to get it done? I do organize my days, and I have to organize my days. As someone who has dealt with losing my discipline during the last couple of years, and losing a little bit of consistency, all of those things, I have to have structure. I have to have routines. I have to have structure in order to get everything done. My brain went through a little bit of changing during that time, and it was very hard for me to get back disciplined and consistent. So I have to have a plan every single day. I have a certain thing. So it's like, this day I'm going to be vlogging. Not planning out the vlog, but this is the day I'm gonna be vlogging, so I really can do my own thing. Or this is day I'll bulk film content for Instagram and TikTok. This day I'll edit content for Instagram and TikTok. This day I'll brainstorm. This day, like, I have days like that Monday through Friday. And most days, if I'm filming, I try to be done by 2:30, because that's when my baby gets home from school. But if I'm vlogging, that's a different type of thing. You know, I might be gone, I might be out, I might be at a coffee shop, I might be here doing whatever. So, but I do have a structure way of how I need my week to go, or I will not get things done, or I'll be in my head too much, or I will get down on myself. Like, without my routines, my mental goes south. So yes, I do structure my work week out. And I'm trying to get away from working so much on the weekends as well, especially when it comes to editing. Would I recommend Atlanta as a place to live as someone looking for change? I would. I think Atlanta is a beautiful place, but it also depends on what you're looking for out of a city. But I think Atlanta has so much to offer. Anybody can find their people here. You know, there's so much to do. There's always something to do. And I think regardless of who you are, what you do for a living, this is a beautiful place to live. A lot of people will say, well, if you're looking for a husband or you want to get married, this ain't where you should be. Let me tell you how I feel about that. Yes, I don't think Atlanta is a great place to date in general. However, God can do what he wants to do. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if I'm meant to meet my husband here, he could move here and I meet him the next weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't generalize like that. But I know a lot of people would say that, and though I would agree overall, go where God is telling you to go. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Dior, all the girls want to say hello to you. They say hello, Dior Robin. They say hello, Dior Robin. I want to like move the camera so y'all can see how she looking right now. Say hi, Dior. Say hello, mommy. Child, she ain't thinking about us. She busy. She is doing her own thing. Okay. Let me see what else we got. What advice do you have for a 30-year-old young woman like myself who is just now putting myself out there to start dating? I'm shy and I don't know where to begin. I would say, number one, you just got to get out there. you can be shy, but in a perfect world, the men will approach us. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I would love to happen. Child, I am not team approach a man. I'm just not. I understand some people can shoot their shot and, you know, find what they need. That's just not the team that I'm playing on. But I think that as a woman, putting yourself out there is enough. That's one of the things that I've kind of been going back and forth in my mind about, like, okay, Lord, when it comes to dating and everything, of course, no one, unless I want to marry the delivery man, no one's going to find me on my couch. However, it feels too much like I'm trying, you know what I'm saying, by going out. But I think it is important to just live your life and be out and be open. Be open to conversation, be open to chatting, maybe be in a space where it's more natural to chat, like a bar, versus getting your own table at spots. I think that's important. Also, going out by yourself, you know. I'm a big person on solo dating, obviously, but if you want to get to know people and create more community outside of even just meeting a man, you know what I'm saying? Sitting at bars and being in more social environments where you can meet people, like classes and things like that. That way, it's a natural environment for you to interact, and that will take away some of that shyness, you know what I'm saying, that you have. And just always be open, because you never know. That's what I would say. Let's see. What else we got? Ooh. Sorry, y'all. I'm smiling at the comments that you guys are making. That I can't just say out loud. Someone said, what are tips to find a good girlfriend, like a friend, and how do you navigate and sustain adult friendships? So y'all, I actually had never made adult friends until I came here. First of all, it took a while. God, it was it was so obvious. I did not make any friends until right before I decided to end my marriage. That's when I went out with Unique. Maybe a couple of weeks before we separated is when I met Unique. She was my very first friend really down here, and then since then I've met different girls and through events and everything. Even the first influencer event I went to was that summer as well. But that's besides the point. This is my first time really creating and making new friends as an adult. My friends, if you've been here for a while, I've had since high school and college. So that was very new for me. Y'all remember during that time, I would talk a lot about wanting friends and wanting to find community and having people to talk to and things like that. And I have made a lot of great friends being down here. Now, when I say friends, like overall, I have community. You know what I'm saying? I would say I have a solid 2 to 3 like friends down here, which is all I need. And it has been a different type of experience for me, but it's been good. And I have had to be intentional about my friendships down here, just because it's a different vibe when you're not seeing each other at school all the time, when you're not seeing each other at work all the time. You know what I'm saying? You have to really pour into, as far as checking on your friends, making sure that you're making time for your friends, making sure that, you know, you're thinking of them and being thoughtful. All of that, I feel like as an adult, is you have to bring action. You know, you can't just be daisical with it. You have to actually show up in your relationships. And that has been, though I've done that before, it just kind of came natural because I have friends from so long ago. So that has been a different experience for me, but it's been beautiful. I'm so grateful for the community that I've built down here, and where God has, the friends that God has given me down here has been great. But I would say, if you want to find a friend as an adult, is make sure that you are putting yourself in places where you enjoy things. So like if you like books, go to book clubs. You know what I'm saying? You'll meet people with similar interests. If you like running, go to a run club. If you go, they'll say the same thing about dating, but it's all about finding people who you can relate to, who you can connect with, maybe church groups, maybe volunteering, all of those things I would recommend, because you'll meet people who care about what you care about. And that gives you kind of like a head start on what you could do with that friend, you know, or what you could talk about with that friend. So that would be my tips. Am I interested in acting or processing to television? Yes and no. I think if somebody gave me an acting opportunity, I might, you know what I'm saying? I might think about it, but it's not like on my top of my list of something that I would want to do in my life. I would fit in well in California. Oh, for real? In Southern California, you think so? I would hope so. Now, Cali girls, in particular Black Cali girls who date Black men, what does that look like down there? Tell me in the comments. Because I heard that the Black men in overall, you know, I don't generalize, but overall, I've heard that they like not us. Or us that look like us, if that makes sense. Let's see. What was my occupation before content? I was actually working in customer service. I worked for an HVAC company and I worked in their warranty department. So I was answering phones, girl. That's what I was doing. And it was very frustrating because at that point I had a bachelor's degree and from Spelman, and I couldn't find a job. Looking back, I know why God didn't allow me to get settled into corporate or to get on the ladder, you know what I'm saying? I never was able to get the jobs that I wanted to get. Never. I would do so many interviews and always get rejected, never get the job, ever. I can't even count how many interviews I did. And then I ended up having to go with a temp service, and that's the job that I got, working customer service. And then I started school to get an advertising and marketing degree, because I was like, if I'm not going to be, you know, in corporate doing what I want to do, okay, let me see if I can get into marketing. And I went into school, and then God opened the door for this. Had no idea this is what my life was going to be. None at all. And then it just took off. So let me see. Since dating in Atlanta is scary, have you considered online dating in other states? I thought that said dating in other states. Dating in other states, yes. I am pro long distance relationship. Especially, someone keeps asking me, do I have a P.O. box? Not yet, but when I do, I will let you know in the vlogs. Absolutely, because I do want to get one for you guys. But I have thought about, you know, taking some trips, going to different states and just meeting people, getting outside. I am pro long distance relationship, specifically because y'all, I love doing my own thing. I love my house. I will never bring another man in my house. Let's just say that. But I say that to say, I just love like doing my own thing. You know what I'm saying? I love having my routines. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to let go of that yet, whatever the Lord has for me. However, I love the idea of being in a long distance relationship. Like, you have your time together, but then I also have a lot of time alone. You know, though you can create that in the same city. I don't know. I like to be in my man's skin. So I love the idea of a long distance relationship. But no, online, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about online at all in general. But other states, yeah. Where are we going with this influence business? Anything expected? Yes, we are going somewhere with this influence. I know where. And you guys will know about that in the next couple of months. Because I do feel like I have a good grasp on where I want my career to go. That I'm very excited about. And it's my Dior. No, ma'am. She didn't already. Thank you for who just said that. She has already chewed up this zipper. No, ma'am. Nope. Come on. They snitched on you. Thank you, sister. Hi. Okay. Yes, I think I was saying I know where I want my career to go now. I feel like God has finally revealed that to me. I feel as though, and so I'm trusting Him, and I'm excited for what's gonna happen in 2026 for me. You say hi. Say hello, mommy. She's so little, y'all. Don't be putting your hand on my face. Say hi, ladies. I love you. Let's see. I got Dior. Somebody said, where did I get Dior? I got Dior from a place called Southern Pups. Something like Southern Pups or something. It's in South Carolina, I want to say. If you Google Southern Pups, it's something like that. Matter of fact, I can Google it right here because I'm looking at my computer. Southern Pups. Simply Southern Pups. That's where I got Dior. Let's see. What else we got? Back looking at the comments, y'all. Outside of LA to find straight black men. Outside of LA? So they not in LA. Don't come to San Diego, ain't many black men there. Yeah, I heard about that. Have you seen or spoken to your ex since divorce been finalized? I have not. He's been blocked ever since. Let's see. What if, let's see. Where are my bracelets from? This one is from Amazon. This one, I don't know. I hate that I didn't write it down, but it was gifted to me during Fashion Week. Fashion Week? No, yes, during Fashion Week at the Black Beauty Roster brunch. I remember when I met Drea too. Oh my goodness, that was a while ago. We need more content for dating advice for us who identify this way. Right. I don't know if I got that for you, Chad. I need the advice myself. Do you feel like you have to limit the amount of Christian content you put out in order to appeal to more people brands? No. I don't. I personally do not see myself as a Christian influencer, but when I say that, I mean there are influencers who their niche is Jesus. Does that make sense? My niche is lifestyle, beauty, and self-love topics. So in that way, I'm not a Christian influencer. However, I don't know how to live without talking about Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like God has all been through all of the things. So I just freely talk about God where he fits in, which is in a lot of things, in most things. And I never try not to. I have never, outside of a partnership where they're just like in our segment, don't mention politics, don't mention religion, you know, things like that for their legal reasons. Outside of that, no. I don't do any limiting of talking about God in my content. That is part of my life and you gonna get it. It is what it is. Like even if I'm like making a video and a brand has like a 2-minute integration at the beginning, we gonna talk about God in the rest of the video because that's what I do. And if I had a brand that was like, well, at mark 27:50 seconds, she talked about God, can you take that out? Then I'm just not gonna post that partnership because you reached out to me, you know who I am, you should have gotten familiar with my content. We're gonna talk about Jesus over here. And so no, I don't limit it, especially not to finish your question, because y'all know I will rant. As far as reaching other people, no. I do not think about that. In order to be more palatable to others, you gonna get Jesus, and if you don't like it, you can watch someone else, which is totally okay with me. Let's see. Do you have a good relationship with your father? We see your mother often, but don't see your father or hear you talk much about him. No, I don't. But my father and I are currently on an intentional, I wouldn't say intentional healing. We're talking. now. Let's say that. But no, I don't have a great relationship with my dad, but we're in communication. Um, let's see. Long time watcher from when you shared your BBL experience. Oh, period, Misha. Hey, girl. If you don't know, new girls, I definitely got a little nip and tuck. We have a BBL over here, and we love it. um, let me see. Some people don't know that. I love that. I love that for me, actually. Since we talking about it, y'all know most people think I work out. I love that. First of all, I do work out, but they think I'm like in the gym, like squatting hundreds of pounds. And I'm not. And I love that for me. I'm so happy that I got a natural BBL and not like the BBL look. Personally, for my body shape, for my body size, I like that it just enhanced me and made it look like I work out and do squats at the gym. I love, 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 love that. Let's see what else we got. Let's reading comments, y'all. I do still do my nails myself. So I'm a Black married Cali woman married to a Black man. There's a lot who do like non-Black women, but there are Black men who like Black women as well, especially in LA. Okay, that's refreshing to hear. That's good, because I've heard that, but I'm sure there were some. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't generalize. I don't generalize, but I'm sure there's some. But I just want to know, like, is that a thing? My best friend lives in LA, and she says dating is horrible. Unless a lot of the men don't have their stuff together. Ooh, baby, I don't need no more of that in my life. I need a man with their stuff together. But that would make sense in the city of dreams. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said long distance relationships open people up to cheating. I think regardless of where you are, you open to cheating. I mean, I guess you have more opportunity because they're not there, but people can cheat anywhere. I've actually, y'all, from my knowledge, have never been cheated on, and I pray that I never experienced that, but I haven't from my knowledge. Asterisk. Would I sign up for Pop the Balloon? People keep asking me this. Absolutely not. I've had multiple people ask me that in the last couple of months. I love Pop the Balloon. It's actually one of my comfort shows. But no, I don't think I would do it, especially if I did it. If I would want to be the person that, I wouldn't want to be in a lineup. I would want to have a lineup of men. However, I wouldn't do either. I wouldn't do either. Leave me out of it. No. I don't like the idea of being in a lineup, number one. And then the other way around, like, what if I walk in there and I don't like none of y'all? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would and then you're popping your balloon on me when I didn't like none of y'all in the first place? Do I have an option to walk in and just pop all of them for them? Because, sir, no, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on it. Oh, goodness. Let me see. Let me move past because I'm still where y'all was telling me that Dior was eating a pillow. Let me see. What made me start creating content? I started to create content because I was doing makeup. I've always been a creative person. So I started doing makeup. I started learning how to do my own makeup. And then I started taking clients to make a little extra money on the side because I wasn't making that much money in my job. I think during that time I was substitute teaching. A lot of my clients asked me, did I have a YouTube channel? And was like, because this is the makeup YouTube girly time. And I was like, no, I don't. It was like, you need to start. I said, you know what? You're probably right. And I needed some talking into it. My boyfriend at the time, not my ex-husband, but the boyfriend I had prior to that, he really encouraged me to start. And I started and I loved it. I'm a creative, not just with makeup, but with creating. Like, I loved the editing. I loved the production of it. I loved everything. I started with my phone. I started with, the software that comes on the phone. And That's all she wrote. I just kept going and I loved it. Then once I started building community even more, because I've always had a passion of helping women, whether that be on topics like what I talk about now, it's evolved, or just showing you how to do your makeup and feel more confident about yourself or enhance your natural beauty. I just always have loved helping women, and all of that wrapped up in one thing, and I could make some money eventually. I locked in. I didn't make money for the first two years, but I posted consistently. I posted once a week on YouTube, once or twice a week on YouTube, and every single day on Instagram. And yeah, then I started my Makeup for Beginners series, and that took me off, and I've been full time ever since. Because I literally jumped from gaining 7,000 subscribers in 2 years. Had a video go viral, and in the next 2 months, I had 100,000 subscribers. Quit my job and just ran with it from there. So, let's see. Please don't do the pop a balloon. Somebody just asked that. The show's entertaining, but I agree. It's not for me, sister. I'm with you. No. Would you date a ball player or a celebrity? I would. It depends on who it is and depends on what they actually do. I'm not crazy about dating an athlete, but I would. I would. I would date. I would date an athlete or a celebrity. You know that. Jesus, you heard that. We'll see. One thing, I don't know. One thing y'all don't know about me, because y'all don't see me in that light. I don't care about status. Maybe I should, but I don't care about status. I care about how much someone makes in their life just because of how much I make, and I really want someone who has surpassed me, or someone who has gotten their life together, has their businesses, has or whatever. I don't care to be seen with certain people. Like, I don't care to. I talked about this a little bit in my Fashion Week vlog. Because the girl was like, girl, the big names are coming right now. Like, why you leaving? And I just didn't care. Even if it wasn't the person that she was talking about, I don't know. I do care about someone being stable and being successful. But so I say that to say I'm not pressed to date a celebrity or date a ball player or date an actor, but I'm open to it. But it's just like any other man. You know what I'm saying? That's just who I am as a person. In some ways, that could benefit me to care, just to further my career as far as networking, but not to use people, as far as networking. However, dating? No, I want what God has for me, and I'm not about to mess that up just because I want to be some celebrity, actor, ball player's woman. You know what I'm saying? That's just who I am. But I got some crushes. Let's see. Do you think healing the relationship with your father will help your dating experiences? No. I think that ship has sailed. I think if it was healed earlier in my life, yeah. But no, I feel like now I find myself having to I have had to teach myself all of those things, sadly. But no, I don't think so. Let's see what else we got. Not a fan of long distance dating. Men pretend a lot, and it's a big commitment financially and time wise. The burden of long distance relationship usually fall on women. Interesting perspective. I don't disagree with that perspective, but I'm just like I've been telling y'all. I'm not a generalizer. There's always space for something positive to happen while all of that is valid. You know what I'm saying? Anything could happen. You know what I'm saying? Anything could happen. I'm proud of myself too. I just gotta put that out there. One of the things that I've been trying to change about myself is trying to be a more positive person. And naturally, I've started to do that. I used to be a person where I would first think negatively. My first thought is the glass is half empty. But now I'm shifting to glass half full, and I'm proud of that. And in moments like that where I just said that is when I noticed it. I just noticed that, and I'm proud of myself. Come on, Maya, making progress. I keep answering that I don't have a PO box, y'all, but I do plan on making one. But no, right now I do not. But if you watch my vlogs, just keep watching. I'm gonna make one for you guys. So I literally have a UPS store up the street, not too far from me. Somebody said, "Would I make singing videos?" Y'all, I think that ship has sailed. I have thought about making like a R&B, a Christian R&B video, not video, music eventually, but I don't know. God would have to kind of like slap me across the face with that purpose. um, Y'all don't be telling me to block people. It's okay. I did tell in that girl's defense, y'all, I did tell y'all if you have a question for me and I'm not answering it, I don't mind if you spam me. Just keep putting it in there and let me know so I can see it. I'm just trying to get to as many questions as possible. That's why we're definitely going past an hour, but it's fine. I ain't got nothing to do. And what y'all doing? Y'all doing. This is why I post Sunday vlogs, because we just be chilling on Sundays. I'm chilling. Let's see what else we got, y'all. A little glass of wine would be nice right now, but it's okay. We have goals. You gotta stick to it. I ain't even got no alcohol in the house. I actually stopped keeping alcohol in my house, y'all. After my divorce, I stopped because I was collecting. Y'all remember I was collecting corks during my marriage? Baby, I just got embarrassed personally of how many corks I collected because I definitely was drinking my feelings during that time. So I went cold turkey and stopped having it in the house after that. And I just haven't gone back to buying wine, even though I love wine. Oh, thank you. She said, you keep going hard with your creator journey. It's going to turn into something beyond what you could ever imagine. I received that. Thank you, sister. Let me see. How about Married at First Sight? Absolutely not. I love Married at First Sight, though. That is my show, but I would never do it specifically because of my daughter. Never. Even if my daughter was a grown woman, I would never do Married at First Sight. Marriage is too important. Now, I realize even more now how important it is now after my marriage. But marriage, that covenant is way too important to marry a stranger. In my personal opinion, I am never, ever, y'all, when I tell you my opinions, I'm never knocking what someone else would prefer to do. We are all different. We all have different values. We all have different viewpoints. We all been raised differently. Yeah. But me, I absolutely not. No. I'm never telling you not to do something. I'm always telling you what I would not do. Yes, I've been to Michigan. I have an uncle who used to live in Michigan, and I spent a lot of time as a child in Lansing, Michigan. Someone asked, have I ever been to Michigan? You're like my friend in my head, period. I would do a Q&A specifically about being an influencer and editing process. I would love to do that. That way we can keep it more topical. But today we talk about all the things. But yes, I would do that for sure. What would you tell a 32-year-old woman who didn't accomplish any of the goals that she had set for this year? I'm feeling like a failure and no strength to start over. First of all, sister, I'm so sorry you're feeling that way. That is a feeling that I have had as well. So you are not alone. You are not alone. I would, number one, remind yourself that all timelines are made up. Number one. Because when we are feeling like, and y'all know, if you watch my long, chatting sessions in the vlogs, and you already know about me, I'm always thinking about timelines and, feeling like I'm behind or feeling like I wanted to be somewhere else by now and all these things. And in those moments, I always have to remind myself that timelines are made up. They're made up. Even if you listen to my story of my career and how it came to be, you know what I'm saying? there is not a right timeline. There's not a right timeline for anything. Who's to say that at 32 you were supposed to do this and do that and do this year? Who's to say that you're a failure if you did not accomplish certain things by 36 or by 28? We always have to remember that is the world putting that on us. And when I say we, I'm talking about me too, because I need that reminder sometimes when I feel like I should have been here by this time. I should have been. I'm just to put it out there. When I started my career, I was 28 years old. Number one, that already is too late compared to what the world will tell you about. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all. Let me make sure my phone ain't about to die. Because I don't want it to die on you guys. But yeah, that was already too late. And then during that time, I told myself, okay, by the time I'm 35, I'll definitely have millions of followers and I'll be starting my own brand. You know what I'm saying? I'll be doing my own thing and I will be starting my brand at 35. I'm 36 now. That is not even on my radar yet because I'm not there yet. I say that to say, timelines don't exist. And I think that it's very important to be intentional about not putting that type of pressure on yourself. Comparison is a thief of joy. And that's really what where that pressure comes from that we put on ourselves is comparison of what the world tells us where the world tells us we need to be or be accomplishing, or what someone else is doing, or it could be our phones. You get on TikTok or Instagram and you constantly seeing people accomplishing their goals, doing their things, saying, this is what I got done this year. This is what I said I was going to get done. I did it. Like that seeps into our minds. And it's like, okay, well, I didn't do that, so I'm a failure. Or be very intentional about speaking positively to yourself, speaking life into yourself. I'm just telling y'all what I do for myself that helps me, because I have those moments too where I feel behind. But I think that's what helps me to get out of that mindset. And always remember, if God gave you another day, you have another chance. You have another chance. Even now, as I'm still recovering from, my anxiety and depression stage of my life, season of my life, still recovering. I would say I'm 90% out, but just recently, I had a moment where I felt that heaviness and that pressure, and I had a full week where I was down on myself and I didn't feel motivated, and I just didn't feel like I was showing up for myself the way that I needed to show up. And it was very, very hard for me. And I had to daily fight for my life. But the benefit there is I had another day to fight. You know what I'm saying? I had another day to fight. I had another day to show up, even if, like I said earlier, if I did one thing to work towards my goal, that helped me. And eventually I pulled myself up out of that mindset and that mental space. So just be very intentional about how you think and how you are moving and what you're telling yourself in your mind as well. Let's see. Would I consider going back to music? Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. Or possibly adding your music to your videos. I told you guys before that my music is not in my videos for copyright reasons. I don't own the tracks. So in order to do that, I would have to purchase the tracks, which are upwards of $3,000 to $5,000 per. And that's a whole process. So that's the reason why I don't put my music in my videos, because it gets copywritten. I have tried. That's why I know that. He said, yeah, just pop all the balloons. Arlette will bring you back for another show. Hilarious. I would consider monthly lives. I love this, especially if I did monthly lives, though. I would make it a specific topics. That way we just not sitting here talking about all the things. That way people can come to it if they want to hear something specific. I answered this earlier, but it says, would you date interracially if the man had the qualities you wanted? I absolutely would. Not my preference, but I would. Still looking for questions, y'all. I could see you hosting a TV show. Love that for me. I could see that too. Aw, thank you, Trinity. I appreciate you, sister. Let's see. Any suggestions on how I can get better with my videos, creativity, and editing classes? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Everything that I do, I learn myself. Girl, you and Google and YouTube need to become best friends. That's all I can say. I had no editing courses. I've taken no classes. I've done none of that. I am a student, and I continue to be a student when it comes to creating content. I learn from others around me, consuming other content, so that will inspire me. I'm never copying, but it inspires me and expands my brain. If you're not exposed to things, you'll never know about it. So sometimes you have to just look at other people's stuff, how they edit, what they do, and it helps your mind to start thinking in that direction. So I would expose myself to a lot of different types of content, even if it's not your niche. If it's one thing about it that's interesting to you, just look around for it. And that would that's going to expand your mind and make you think in that direction. And then also, girl, get searching on Google, get searching on YouTube, and play around with your editing software. I taught myself everything. It's even something else that I'm working on that there's a learning curve. And I literally spent one day this week on my computer all day just researching how to do it, what to do, just all of the things. Continue to be a student. That's the best way to get better. You don't have to invest in editing classes. Sister, you type it on in practice. That's all you need to do. Even like with my editing, I remember this specific example on my vlogs where, the words will pop up, or you have like a lower third that'll pop up with the words of the location of where I'm at, y'all. I would see like the vloggers I would watch have that on there. I didn't know what that was called. I Googled one day and was like, what is it called when a video has words pop up? And it said that they were lower thirds or title screens, and you buy them through plugins. Like, ask the questions to Google. It'll tell you everything that you need. And then it'll, from there, you get what you need to get. Somebody said I'm in the wrong city. Atlanta's all about status. Atlanta is all about status. And I'm just not, oh, baby. It's just, I don't care. Somebody said date a doctor, engineer, architect, someone professional with a stable, high-paying job. I totally agree. Has Amira surprised you by learning how to drive? I will be teaching Amira how to drive next year, probably within the next couple months. She'll be 15 and she can get her permit. I can't believe we're here. I was having a conversation with Amira 2 nights ago. That was a very serious conversation, that you got to talk to your baby about certain stuff. And I started tearing up. And I was praying. I was like, Lord, let me get through this conversation, because I just can't believe I'm having these conversations with this baby. What is happening right now? T. Johnson, you asked what type of man do I like? Be specific. What you mean, what type of man? I would love to answer that. What you mean by what type of man? How much a man makes is very important. Yes, it is. I work very hard, and I don't expect him to do anything else but that as well. Yes, this live is going to be posted on the channel. Okay, let me go to the bottom and see what I missed, y'all. What do you think of single mother versus co-parenting? Is there a difference in the terms? Yes. I actually would not consider myself to be co-parenting with Amira's father. I'm a single mother. I'm raising her. And that's that. I think co-parenting is when you are actually working together to parent that child. Conversations are being had at both places with both parents. Teaching is being done in both places. And I think that I am not a co-parent. I think I'm a single mom. That's what I would say is the difference. Let's see. What advice would you give someone wanting to start YouTube right now? Number one, just start. Don't overthink it. Use your phone. Use whatever you got. You can get a cute little light, start it now. Number one is what I would say. Also, decide on a posting schedule and stick to it. That is how you build a loyal following who will watch you every single week. They need to know when you're posting, exactly what time, and they will show up. The same way we used to sit on Thursday nights waiting for Scandal to come on at 7 or 8 o'clock because we knew it was coming on. So be very consistent and stick to a schedule, because that's predictability. You want people to work your content into their schedules and into their routines and into their habits. So that's why that's extremely important. And I would also say, do not ever start with vlogs. I would say start giving people value. You can put aspects of a vlog in a value-driven video, but I would definitely focus on value, because when you're first starting off, people want questions answered, and give them the answer. That would be my top tips. Let's see. Also, start the video when they click. No long, hey y'all, welcome to my channel. No, save that for later. Get to the answer. Give them their value as soon as they click. That would be my next tip. I think that's top 4. You can even start a TV show right here on YouTube. What, girl? Stop talking to me about that. As I feel like that's very doable. Let me see. Pixie versus ponytail. Pixie all day. I don't really know the context of that question, but I'm a pixie girl till I die. I love it. I had somebody in the comments ask me the other day when I was going to change up my do. Sister, I'm sorry to tell you. I have found my signature style. Matter of fact, I've known this is my signature hairstyle for over a decade. It's just that, with the whole Amira thing, that's how I ended up growing my hair out. And then, that's just what happened. And now I'm back to what I like. And I ain't gonna hold you. I don't think I'm going back. Now, I might throw on, if I got something special going on, maybe one day I'll throw on a little wig or something if I get it professionally done, just to have some hair. But I don't see myself changing my pixie. I love it. I love that you can see my face. I love how I look. I love how I feel. I don't know. I feel like me with my hair short. Would you ever consider having a consulting business for other influencers? No. I used to have a class. I did make a course early on in my career where I did that, but the landscape changes too much, y'all, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it's hard for me to keep up with it, to keep growing myself. So it's tough. Advice-wise is one thing, but as far as how to grow, and then you pay for it, and then you try to get those tangible results, I don't need y'all blaming me because you can't grow, because I can barely grow myself. There's always something new to try to figure out, so no, I don't see that for my future. Let's see. Oh, you guys are giving me so many compliments. Thank you. Oh, period. Okay, y'all, just looking for another question. I keep telling y'all that because I hate that it's just silent, especially for people that's going to rewatch this. Let's see. Both parents going 100% for the child. I agree. That's co-parenting. You don't think a man can work hard and make less than $500,000 annually? I absolutely do. That's definitely not what I mean by a man that surpasses me. There's a lot of nuance with that topic. There's a lot of nuance with the topic of how much money someone makes. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think that my viewpoint on that has a lot to do with my experiences, as most of our viewpoints are driven by our experiences. But from my experience, a man who has less than me is not a nice man. That's it. So it's not even about the money amount. It is, but it's not. From my experience, and I've been in this situation multiple times in my life. I'm not a generalizer. I know that I know that it could possibly be different. Yes, I know that. But I personally feel like that's a unicorn. I do. I personally feel like that man is a unicorn. I feel like God has made, I think that God, don't think nothing. It's fact that God did make men as the leader, as the head of the household, as the provider, protector, all the things. And me personally, I think they operate the best when they are that, when they living in their purpose. That's just me. That's just me. And I want a man that's living in his purpose. And I just feel like most, from my experience, most men um who might be with a woman who is making more or has more will eventually feel emasculated, and that comes with some not so niceness. I don't know if it makes sense, but someone not being so nice, some cheating, some abuse, some mistreatment. It's just, I've seen it time and time over with other people, but then also in my own personal situations. Though I'm not saying it's not possible, I believe it is. I know of some examples where it is. I don't want that for me. There we go. I just don't want that for me. And I'm blessed to have built what I've built, and that has become my threshold to beat. That just is what it is. And yes, it does. As a successful woman, I know there's a lot of successful Black women on here right now. Sometimes it dwindles down our opportunities for dating and for a partner when that is one of the things that we require. It is what it is. Um, what are my non-negotiables in a relationship? That's one of them that we just talked about. Someone who is financially stable, has their own thing going on. Someone who I would like to, make a similar earnings than like me, preferably more. Another non-negotiable, which is my number one, is he has to be a God-fearing man. Yes, you can get with somebody who is your same religion, who believes in God, who has faith in Jesus. I personally would like someone who, I would say that's my threshold, but I personally, even better, would be someone who um, is intentionally trying to live for Jesus, because that's really what I want. Um, because I want someone who God and Jesus is leading him, so he knows where to and how to lead me. So a God-fearing man. I would say another non-negotiable is someone who is generous and kind. Um, Generous and kind. I would prefer to have a man who does not have small children. That is a non-negotiable for me mostly. Okay, maybe not non-negotiable. If I had my way, I would date someone who does not have small children. I would love someone who has, if they have kids, they're my child's age or older, so that if we do decide to have children, we can do that together, like smaller children. Um, Let me see. What else is a non-negotiable for me? I don't know. That's all I got at the top of my head right now. Men such as looks, characters. If you could build a man, how would he look? Ooh, if I could build me a man. As far as celebrity crush, um, it used to be, I'm not gonna say it used to be. I still think that Morris Chestnut is a beautiful man. He's just married, so I don't always say him because he's off the market. Not that you know what I'm saying? I don't disrespect people with marriages, but the man is fine. Michael B. Jordan, I think he's beautiful to me. Yeah, but if I could build a man, how would he look? I think he'd be dark skinned. He would, because I think I have a reputation for that. Y'all see my ex-husband and my daughter's skin complexion. I love a dark-skinned man. He would be tall, preferably like 6'2", 6'3". I have very tall brothers. That's why that's a preference for me. But every man that I've been with have been 6 foot even, so at least 6 foot. I just love I like big men. I don't know. I have tall brothers. All my brothers are like 6'3", 6'4". I have 3 of them. He would be tall, he'd be dark skinned, he would, we're talking about looks. I don't know if I have any other things besides that. I would love someone who keeps themselves in shape. I'm working towards keeping myself. I keep myself in shape, but I'm working towards having a gym body. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm doing that, I would want him to do that. So someone who's in shape. That's really all I got, y'all. I'm not, what his features look like can come in and out. I want a man with some facial hair. If I could build a perfect man, he needs some facial hair. It doesn't necessarily have to be a full beard, but I love a bearded man. I would prefer him not to be bald, but I also don't really care about that. But I would love like a little fade, you know what I'm saying? Little waves. I would love that. I would date with a man with hair too. So anyway, that was a cute question. Let's see. How's my twin brother doing? He's doing really, really good. I literally just saw him for Thanksgiving. So happy to see him. I hadn't seen him in a year. He's doing really good. I just knew Morris' name would come up. Girl, period. That's my type, okay? You talking about my type? Morris Chestnut. Morris Chestnut. He's a beautiful man. Let's see. What else we got? Someone said, how do you remain soft after hardship, divorce, and single parenting? I would definitely say that it is difficult to remain soft when you are having to do all the things out of necessity. It's hard. I guess it also depends on what your definition of soft is. I think most of us see soft, well, the definition of that is being able to rest in your feminine, you know what I'm saying? Being able to receive from others, being able to remain a softer woman in your, how am I trying to say this? In how you interact with people, how you're just not being so aggressive in how you interact and how you move through life. I guess most of us would probably put it that way. And it's tough when you are always in a position of leadership, of having to do all the things, of healing from situations like divorce and hardship and things like that. It is very difficult. I personally do want to be soft in that way, but it's been difficult because I have had to be independent out of necessity my entire life, and I don't see an end in sight. But I try to be soft in the midst of that where I can. There are certain places where you can't because of necessity. I have to be a single parent. I cannot force more I can't change his work schedule. I can't force more out of her father to take some of that load off of me. I have to show up for my platforms because I have to pay my mortgage. Like, I don't have leeway there. I don't have help there. So maybe in those areas I cannot be soft. You know what I'm saying? But I try to create spaces where I can be. Where can I be soft? How I interact with others. Intentionally being okay with receiving help and not being, oh, well, I got it. Oh, well, I got it. Oh, well, I got it. Yes, I can have it. I know how to have it. I have to have it most of the times. But in this moment, no, I don't got it. Thank you for the help. You know what I'm saying? There are certain areas in my life where I can be intentionally soft, but it has to be intentional because I'm so wired to do it all myself because I've always had to do it myself. I don't want that to be my story, but it is. So find those opportunities and be intentional because naturally, you or me, I'm not that. Naturally, yeah, I can carry all the bags of the groceries into the house by myself. No, I actually don't need your help. But that's from my experience, from my trauma. I've never had no one to help, so I've always had to do it myself. But I have an opportunity to be softer right here. I have an opportunity to, you know what I'm saying, receive the help. And the more you do that, the more it becomes who you are. But you got to train your brain to be that way. So intention, intention, intention. That's what I would say. Favorite thing about St. Louis, my mama and my best friends and my sister, all my people. Let's see. What books am I reading? I'm still working my way through Skyland series. Is that what it's called? Kennedy Ryan, her 3 books. I'm still working my way through those. Who's singing the songs in my videos? Her name is King Sis. Kingsis. That is her name. She is on regular streaming platforms, but all of her music is non-copyright. So you can use it on YouTube and not get flagged. She's dope. Let's see. Someone did ask me earlier, excuse me, y'all, how tall I was. I'm 5'7". So yes, I love a taller man, baby. 6 foot or higher. Because I like wearing heels. When I wear my heels, I want to look up at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want. But I would date someone my height. I don't think I would date someone shorter than me, but I would. Like, that's not a that's why that wasn't on my list. Well, it was on my list for height. That's a lie. But I say that to say, though, if a man has all the qualities that I need and he's 5'7" or 5'8", I would consider. That's what I mean by that. But I do prefer a tall man. Like, I want to look up at my man, you know? That would be nice. Lord, you care about what matters to me. Let me see. What else we got? Idris Elba is the bar. I love Idris. Idris is a beautiful man to me, too. He married a woman my age, too. Let me see. Someone asked did I do YouTube during my marriage. Yes, I was still doing YouTube during my marriage. That happened in the midst of my career. Is physical attraction a deal breaker? Yes. Being that I have been married before, baby, I need to love how you look because it helps. Loving how your man looks helps in tough moments. I ain't gonna lie to you. It helps you to give a little bit of grace where grace is due, if grace is due. Because you just be like, but you so fun. I don't know. That's just me. I need to be attracted to my person. But I will say in the same breath, I am not a shallow person like that. I would prefer for my man to be gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? However, I have been in a situation before where because of proximity, I've gotten close to someone and we develop a romantic relationship and they weren't my complete type or, you know, what I would have gone for and fell deeply in love. And suddenly that man was the finest thing walking. So that's what I mean by that. But yes, I don't get proximity to many men these days. So that's probably not going to happen to me anymore. That was when I was younger or in my 20s before I was in this career that is primarily I'm around women all the time. So yeah, I need to be attracted to my man. I need to be attracted to my man. Let me see. What else we got? I'm just going up, y'all, to make sure I didn't miss anything. I can see Michael B. Jordan standing at your kitchen island with that smile. Baby, go on, speak that into existence. I think Michael B. Jordan is a beautiful man. I really do. I also like his demeanor. Like, he seems like a really good guy. You know what I'm saying? He's like he was raised well. Someone said, how do you make your money? Like, do brands get in contact? Do you use Backstage or anything, pitching apps? Nope, I do not. I make money from brand deals and from YouTube. My main 2 sources of income is YouTube AdSense, Google AdSense, which is the money that I get from the ads. Every time you guys watch an ad on one of my videos, if you watch 5 seconds or more, I get paid from that. So, because they're pretty much paying for a commercial on a TV show. That's really what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I get paid from that. I get that once a month. That's the only consistent income I have. I get paid on the 21st of every month from Google. But I only get what I put in, on months that I don't post much, which barely happens, but I get less money. But YouTube, AdSense, and then also brand partnerships. For brand partnerships, brands reach out to my email, which my managers manage. I have access to it, but I don't respond to it. My managers respond to it, and they negotiate all the things. And yeah, then it gets to me. They ask me yay or nay. I say yay, and we move forward. So that's how I make my money. Lots more details to that, but that's the high level answer. Someone said, my biggest key to softness is relinquishing control, participating in hobbies that are feminine and slow paced. Love that. Not rushing in life. I also changed my career. I'm a nanny. I love that. I love that. But that's intentional, sister. It's Lady Ray's who made that comment. It's about being intentional. And you also, like I said, found areas in your life where you can incorporate that softness. So hobbies is one of those, and you can be more slow paced in your daily, how you move, how you that's one thing I'm working on. Baby, I move so fast. You would think the cops was after me after I get out the shower. Like how fast I put on my lotion and my body oils and all the stuff. Like, Maya, slow down. Light a candle, turn on some music, relax, slow down. Like, it seems small, but it has such a big impact, especially when you are always moving with anxiety, have so much on your plate where you have to show up and be that big person all the time. Those are your moments where you can find it, to find that softness in your life. Love, 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 love that comment, Lady Ray. Someone said, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you so much. Amira just sent me her Christmas list today. Let's cross our fingers on that one. I've been asking her for weeks. Yes, I'm posting this. I will be posting this on the channel. Y'all, we're gonna keep going until my phone dies. I think I'm at like 15% or something, but it's fine. I started at like 70, so not till it dies, right before it dies. Let's see. What advice do you have for a young single mom who wants to get back into the dating scene? How long did it take you to get back into the dating scene? I'm still trying to get in the dating scene. I said earlier in the vlog that, I said earlier in the video that I've only gone on about 4 dates since my divorce. But as far as being in the dating scene after Amira was born, as a single mother, I was with her dad until about 5 months. She was 5 months old. I didn't start dating until after I graduated from college. So it took me about about a year and a half to get back considering dating after I had my baby. I needed some healing time. I needed to focus on my career. I had some stuff that I needed to zone in on, and I didn't need a man in the way of that. I had some healing to do from that relationship as well. And honestly, looking back, which is things that I did, I never brought men around my my child. I was about to say, don't bring men around your children. That would be one of my top tips. Deal with them outside of that. I would gear away from that unless you know that it's going to go somewhere. I would also say that it's okay. Remember to tell yourself that it's okay to want to date after you have a child. I think there's so much discourse about, you need to just focus on the child, or you need to just, you know what I'm saying? Work it out with the father, or just so many opinions. It's okay to still want It's okay to still want companionship and marriage and all these things, even when you have small children and you're doing it on your own. Um, I don't know what else other tips I would give. It's just been so long since I've been in that space. But yeah, that's what I would say. Do. What else we got? I love your original intro with Snow Allegra. I would run to YouTube when I heard that. I love that. So many of y'all got sick of that song, but I love it. I absolutely love it. You will still be hearing that here and there. I just try to switch it up, but that is like the theme song. That's one of my favorite songs anyway. Let's see. Someone else asked about non-negotiables. We already answered that. This will be posted, so hopefully you can find it in the replay. You and Keon look good together. Keon and I are just friends. We've had some conversations, but it's gonna be a no. But that's my homie. He's pretty cool. Don't let your foot off the gas, period. Thank you, friend. I'm not. My foot is on the gas right now, and I'm so excited. So excited. Unique, you still in here? Hey, Tam. Hey, girl. But you mentioned Unique. I didn't know she was still in here. Hey, friend. Let's see. Just looking for questions, y'all. Are managers expensive? When is the right time to hire a manager? Right time to hire a manager is when you either cannot handle the amount of inbox messages that are coming from brands, and it's interfering with your creating schedule, and you can't do all the clerical stuff as well. And then also when you are making at least $8,000 to $10,000 per month, and you are willing to trade the clerical for 20% of that money. That's when it's time. Because managers are not expensive per se. They only make money off of what you make. So they only take typical industry standard is 20% off of what you are making. So if I have let's say I have a partnership that's going to pay what, $15,000, they're going to take 20% off of that. So when the brand pays that, I'm not even going to see that 20%. So when we settle on it, I put in the rate, and then next to it in my spreadsheet, because I have a spreadsheet where I track all of my partnerships, I'll put the total, and then right next to it, I'll put my total. So I'll take off the top 20%. And put, because that's what's going to actually hit my account. And then I have to pay taxes on that because we don't have taxes withdrawn. And then, if I'm going to tithe that month or whatever, I take it from that total. Let's see. What else we got, y'all? There's a lot of brands I would like to work with that I have not yet. I'm not going to say them out loud. I'm praying about it, but I do have some brands that I want to work with. I do move fast because of anxiety. 100%, and I'm working on that. That's something that I'm definitely working on. Tyler Lepley is fine. I actually just met him a couple weeks ago at a party. He's really cool. Tyler Lepley is engaged though, y'all. But he is a beautiful man. Someone said, what is this next step after getting monetized on YouTube? Tell me what you mean by that. Tell me what you mean by that. And how do you get a manager and brand deals as an influencer? Make sure your email address is in your bio. Wherever you're posting content, make sure your email is there, and they will reach out to you if they want to reach out to you. Let's see what else. If you have YouTube Premium, I do not get paid. If you have YouTube Premium where you don't see ads, your view just is not going to contribute to money. Obviously, you guys can watch my content for free, but your view will not contribute because we only get money based off the views on the ads on the videos. Do you feel like content creation is oversaturated, or is there always space for more? There is always space for more, especially if you are a person of color. So yes, I don't think it's oversaturated at all. You go to the bread store and there's a whole bunch of different brands of bread. and they all show up every week. You know what I'm saying? They all get replenished because people are buying all of the things. Everyone has their preference. Everyone has an audience. There's always more. There's always someone who needs your content or wants to see your content. So no, it is not oversaturated. If I was convinced that it was oversaturated, you wouldn't be looking at me right now. I remember when I was starting my Mega for Beginners um series here on YouTube. And I made that first video, Mega for Beginners. And I remember before I made it, I was like, I should make this video. There's so many videos about Mega for Beginners, you know, just very detailed videos about what to do, whatever. But my friends were begging me to make that video because they wanted it. And I made it specifically for my friends, put it on my channel for y'all too. But you know, it was for my friends. Because they wanted a video they can go to where they could zone in and learn makeup. 5 months after that video went live, it went viral and it started my career. So I say that to say nobody can do what you can do. Nobody is you. No one has opinions that you have. No one can deliver the same message the way that you can deliver it. So no, there's always space. And if God wants this for you, there's space for you. Never think about that. There is always space. You just never know. Let's see. Would I date a content creator? I would prefer not to. I'm open, but if I had my way in this world, no, I would not. I'm getting married this Friday, Lady Rave. Period. Congratulations. She said, what will you do differently in your next marriage? Prayerfully, my next marriage is my last marriage. Number one. Number two, I would not forget about me. Number one. I would not put so much emphasis on making sure my husband has everything that he needs without also considering what I need, because I have to have what I need in order to properly serve him, and vice versa. I would do that differently. I would be very, very, very stern about having some financial meetings before we get married, and keep that as a thing to do as we are married, because that's one of the biggest causes of divorce is finances. So being transparent on finances, asking all the questions, and understanding the other person's, how they deal with finances, I would do that differently. That was absent from my marriage, and that is disastrous. So transparency financially and planning financially. What else would I would do differently? There's a lot of things that I would do differently in my next marriage. I'm gonna leave it there because I got some other stuff to say, but it's hard to say it without giving too much information that I don't want to give. Somebody said, what do I think about a joint bank account? Is that what I just said? So, I'm okay. I think it's okay to have a joint bank account, but I also, and this could be my trauma talking, I also feel like it's important to have your own, for him and you, to have your own things as well on the side, just because I've just seen so many stories of people who, you know, it's difficult when you join things, or if everything is his, you know what I'm saying? If something happens and now you have to stand on your own. I think that's important, especially with little stuff. Like, just say you have your own bank account for things like going to get your nails done, or going to just going to the store and getting snacks at the gas station. You know what I'm saying? Like little stuff, versus joint accounts being specifically where all of your bills come out of, or all of, you know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. Yeah, that's what I would say. Let's see. Are you for or against Oh, that's another thing I would have done. I would have gotten a prenup. In my next marriage, there will be a prenup. It will probably be for me and for him. I will definitely get a prenup. I am for prenups. I am, personally, in my personal opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with protecting yourself. Things happen in this life, and you want to be covered, you and him. Let's see. Oh, that video will go down in history as the best makeup tutorial on YouTube. Thank you. I'm so happy I posted it, Chad, because it almost didn't get posted. I felt like it was an issue of oversaturation. Why do I need to put this out there? There's so many girls out there with it. So thank you, sister. I appreciate you. Joint and separate is good. I agree. I learned so much about myself, period. Proud of you. Thank you, girl. Simone, I appreciate you, sister. Let's see. I'm not ignoring your question, Evie. I just don't have no good tips right now. I have not been very good financially. She asked practical financial tips for single women planning their future in retirement. This is something that I need. So if you got any, throw them into the chat. Because I am digging myself out of a hole financially right now. Because I was not making very good decisions financially when I first got started. So you don't know what you don't know. Until you know, then you do better. So I'm doing better. The dark skinned guy in your last vlog was so cute for you. That is my best friend, one of my best friends, and he is married. Oh, I think I know. You're talking about his brother. You might be talking about his brother. Because I think y'all have seen Kendall before. He's 25. And I remember when he was 5 years old. Sadly, that's not going to go. Let's see, what else we got, y'all? Oh, my phone is on 10%. Hold up. I think what I can do. Sorry, Dior. I'm just going to move our setup a little bit, y'all. And I'm going to plug in over here so that we can stay on. Oh, hey, guys. Hold up. Just moving y'all real quick so that you're closer to the charger so I can charge my phone while we chats. Let me see. Are we charging? Oh, there we go. And we're charging. Okay, back to the questions. Hi, Dior. Male content creators are weird. I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree, not all of them, but I would have to agree with that. Hello, sister. What's up? I saw your comment come through. Hold up, y'all. I'm gonna put you in front of the thing so it's not in the way. There we go. What else we got? I said I went from independent to stay-at-home mom, and yes, ma'am, you need to keep your own money. I will always advise you to keep your own money. It is important. You just never know. I don't think preparation is signing up for or thinking about the divorce or the breakup. You just gotta be prepared. Anything can happen in this life, y'all. Take care of yourself and look out for yourself, you know? Because that's what some people say, like, why are you thinking about the divorce at the beginning? You know what I'm saying? Or even just about having your own account. It is not even just about that. Just in general, you just want to have your own. It's always a good way to go. Okay, y'all. I literally just put my charger on because we were at 10%. We're good now, though. We're good. Let's see. Someone said how you can tell if a brand is a scam. Look at that email address. If it's from Google, if it's a gmail.com, that's a scam. Probably a scam. Also, just look at how they write look at how they write the email. If it looks very unprofessional, or if that email address looks weird in any type of way, shape, or form, if there's no links to their pages, to their website, to their anything, do not work with them. Let me see. What else we got? I have a joint account where a percentage of your check goes there to handle household bills. Yeah, that's what I would do. If if we're both contributing to bills. That's what I would do, is to have it to where some of your money goes into that joint account and that's where the bills come out of. That's what I would do. Yes, I did say that we was gonna do a meetup or a meet and greets in different cities. In St. Louis, abso-freaking-lutely. What else we got? Okay, someone said, as a woman of faith in Christianity, number one, are you baptized? I got baptized as a child, but I would love to get baptized again as a woman. I have been on Change's radar trying to figure out when they have another baptism service, because I would love to get baptized again. How would you incorporate your faith, and how do you incorporate your faith into your day-to-day? I start my day with God every single day. I have a vow to where I am not looking at my phone. I'm not searching, I'm not, scrolling social media or anything before I do my devotion in the mornings. And that is my goal. And that's what I do on most days. I also talk to God throughout the day. God is very much incorporated into every aspect of my life. I don't care how small it is. I don't care how big it is. I'm constantly praying. I'm constantly talking to him. I'm constantly, carrying my cross and correcting myself and asking for forgiveness. It's a big part of my daily life. What was the other question? It was one more. When things in life aren't as you planned, how do you use your faith to bring you out? Child, look. Honestly, I think, and if you've been following this journey of mine, as far as, if you have been following this journey of mine, as far as recovering from my depression and everything, one of the main things, if not the main thing, that I have said that helped me was strengthening my relationship with God and spending time with God every single day. The strength that gave me, because I wasn't doing everything else, I was doing the same way. When I changed that, suddenly I had the strength to get my butt up, to show up, to be consistent. I was happy every morning, just smiling like Barbie. Like, that's how I felt, and that was the one thing that I changed. And I say that to say that put a spark in me to where now I have this proof that when I call on the name of Jesus, my day can change. You know what I'm saying? I can get up out of this. So that's what I do. If I'm struggling, baby, please believe I might be sitting there and nothing coming out of my mouth, but I'm praying. And I'm asking God for grace and for mercy and to give me the strength that I do not have to get through this day, to do what I need to do. So yeah, I use prayer daily and constantly talk to the Lord, especially when I'm struggling, because I know that that's how I get out. Somebody asked, where's Dior? That's a good question. Dior Robin. Dior, where are you, baby? She is probably in her favorite spot. The front room. She likes to sit on the edge of the couch and look out the window. That's probably where she is. Let's see what else we got. 2026 is our year, sisters, period. Yes, it is. Claim it. Okay? Claim it. Yes, I welcome y'all. Let's see. Something about the name of Jesus. Amen. What else we got, y'all? Dior, I don't think Dior has to go potty. If she had to go potty, she would be right here and she would tap my leg and then she'd just sit down. That's what she does. Like, she'll be there, then she'll tap me, then she'll go back. And then she'll put her foot down and then she'll tap me again. Or she'll go by the door and she'll whine. So I took her out right before we started in hopes that I wouldn't have that issue while we were live. If not, I can take y'all with me. Y'all are on my phone so we can walk around. I need to eat. I just realized I have not eaten lunch. Oh my God. When I'm working and I'm just going, I don't even think about it. We might get up and go and eat. I'm gonna let my phone charge a little bit though. Let me see what else we got. I know I missed a lot, so let me scroll up, y'all. Someone said, I'm happy to see you regain your strength back. Thank you so much, sister. Very, very hard. It is hard. This is, I know it's hard living your life out loud in front of everyone. Good, bad, and ugly. Glad to see you still standing. Thank you so much, Miss J. It's definitely not easy. It's not easy, but I said earlier in the live actually that I feel like God chose the right person to do this thing, because I am very comfortable sharing my life online. And I didn't even start out this way. I feel like God, pulled me in with the makeup, and then it turned into this. And, he's even taken it even further with what I am working on right now. But I don't mind sharing. The way I see it, I said this a little bit earlier, but for those who are here and weren't here earlier, who would I be to have access to 500,000 women and be learning life stuff and going through stuff and not sharing that? Yes, I can keep my privacy in ways, but I do believe that God works in numbers, and I believe that through my life and my experiences, I'm meant to share. I believe I'm meant to share, because I do believe from the messages y'all send me, from all of the things, I believe that I'm making an impact, and that's all that matters to me. I would do this for free. I did it for free for a couple of years, but I would do it for free. So thank you. I appreciate when y'all tell me stuff like that. It really puts fire behind me, because I get down on myself. I really do. I get down on myself sometimes. And what's so crazy is every time I get down on myself, or I start doubting myself, or I'm like in a space where I just have doubt, I always either meet one of y'all in person and one of y'all tell me the impact I've made, or I get a comment or a DM or something, and it always brings me to tears first, and then it reminds me that I'm right where I'm supposed to be. So thank you. That was long-winded. But thank you. Oh, child. I keep seeing a question about who am I watching right now on YouTube? I don't really watch anyone on YouTube right now, and it's only because I don't have time. I'm very, 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 very busy doing some things that I'm personally working on for myself. So I don't have time. But I also see a question asking who are my favorite influencers. Jackie has always been one of my favorite, and she still is. I love Jackie for her realness, for her authenticity, and for her journey. I love a good journey. You know what I'm saying? I love to follow a good journey, just to see and for people to see an upward trajectory of people being self-made and doing their own thing, and just proving, especially women of color. Love that. That's another reason why I love Aaliyah's face. Love, love, love her content, because like I said, I love a good journey, and seeing where she's come from to who she is now, not just from an outside view, but what physically and the aesthetics and all that stuff, but internally. Like, that girl's a completely different person than where she was when she started. And I love that. So that's another reason I love her, but I also love her for the aesthetics as well. We love a good aesthetic, vlog and content. So love her. Who would I put at number 3? Let's see. Who would I put at number 3? I love my girl, I Am Shelly. Love Shelly. But I've met her. I met all these ladies, but I love Shelly. I love her content. Her content is relaxing to me. Sometimes you need a comfort influencer, and I Am Shelly, that's the name of her channels and all of her stuff. She has very comforting vibes, and her daughter is similar to my daughter's age, so I also like watching people for relatability. So I love that as well. Let's leave it there. I have more people, but I would give those top 3. Let's see. Who? Somebody said I got twin boys who are 12. Any advice, sister? Enjoy that stage, because the teenage stage is the one. I'm looking back at like 10, 11, 12 and like, woo, that was the end of the relaxing stage, because this teen stage is something. I don't know, sister. I ain't got nothing for you. I ain't got nothing for you. I feel like parenthood changes every few years. Like the stages of it just switches. In that teenage stage, baby, get ready. And they're boys too, so I don't know what to say. It's different. It's definitely different. I'm just looking through the comments, y'all, for more questions. Super late, but hey girl, hey. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just reading. Matter of fact, we finna go get some food in a second. Once I find something I can really yap about, we're gonna go heat our food up. And then we're gonna have to wrap up, y'all. We done been up here for a very, very, very long time. Oh, why y'all donating? Y'all so sweet. You know, thank you. Don't make me cry, Chad. Cause I will. Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Let me see. Sorry, y'all, that threw me off. Any other questions, y'all? Just throw them in there. I think there's some more. I'm just trying to sift through everything. Somebody said, I feel like the teen stage is the toddler stage revamped. Sister, you ain't lying, okay? You ain't lying. I just said that earlier. I don't know if you were here when I said that, but I feel like it's as hard as the toddler stage. Yeah. Somebody said, is it worth filming in one setting or filming short clips? I want to film food content, me making my meals. What do you mean by that, Fran? I don't know how to answer that. I want to answer it. I just don't know how to. Oh, wow. At what age did you have that talk with your daughter? Just had another one, but it's a little more detailed these days. But I had the initial talk with Amira when she was like 10. And I'm happy that I did it at 10 because it was right before she started her period. So yeah, 10. I had the talk with Amira at 10. Somebody says, teenage stage is crazy. Stay close to Jesus and pray that your twins do as well. Unsolicited advice, period. Stay close to the Lord. It's very difficult. Let's see. How are you so confident, and how have you believed in yourself all these years? I hit on confidence a little bit earlier. One of the main points that I made was being honest with who I was in the moment and being very clear about where I wanted to be confidence-wise, because that made a clear path of progress that I can make from point A to point B, because that can look different for a lot of people. But I did a lot of inner work, a lot of purposely starting to love my body and my insecurities, just a lot of different things. But as far as believing in myself, I always keep my why at the top of my mind, always. I'm also a naturally ambitious person. I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of creativity in me, and I want to get it out. And I think as the years go by, it just gets deeper and deeper. And my why always stays at the top of my mind, and that keeps me going to continue to believe in myself. And I also know that I've already put in so much work. While I'm not quitting now, there's plenty of times where I feel like, Lord, year after year, I'm staying the same. I'm stagnant. I'm stuck. I'm, not where I wanted to be, all the things. But it's like, I'm not about to let all these years that I busted my butt for this career to go to waste. I'm going to keep going. If it takes 10 more years, it's just going to take 10 more years. Maybe that's the story that the Lord has for me. I need it for some child. But yes, I am always keeping my why in my mind and not wanting to waste the work I've already put in. And that keeps me going. Yeah, in a second we're gonna have to go find Dior. Cause amen. Oh guys. Somebody said Dior is chewing on a pillow in peace in the other room. She probably is. I ain't gonna lie to you. Do I ever plan to move back to my hometown? No, but I do plan on having a place there so I can spend extended time in St. Louis. Maybe not 100% back home, but I miss my family, and family's important to me. My nephew just had a baby. Like, people starting families. That baby gonna know me. And that's my godson now, baby, please. I'm gonna be there in person. So I do plan on having a place in St. Louis, probably once Amira goes to school, because that's what's, keeping me from traveling as much as I would like. Finances too, but you know what I'm saying, as far as her school schedule and being here for her to go to school and cheer. And so once I'm freed up in that area, I definitely want to have a place in St. Louis. My favorite holiday is Juneteenth. I also love Christmas. Those are my favorite holidays. Somebody asked what's my favorite holidays. Oh, y'all are so nice. Yeah, we're finna go eat our meal prep and find Dior. So I'm not getting a lot of questions right now. So how did I decide to move away from my family? Specifically because I love St. Louis, but St. Louis is a very limited city. It's not a lot going on in St. Louis right now. And sadly, what I want to do and the dreams that I have for my life, I needed to be in a bigger city. I needed to be somewhere else. But I'm so family oriented, y'all. And I'm so close to my friends. So it was tough leaving, especially once I got here and everything I threw myself into once I got here. So that made it even worse. But I'm happy that I made that choice. Sometimes I be thinking like, Lord, why am I here? I'll be like, Lord, why did you have me come to Atlanta? Just because overall, it's been tough since I've been here. From my own decision making, but regardless. But I know exactly why I'm here now. I used to ask that. I don't ask that anymore, really, because I'm very aware, because I'm starting to really, God is kind of giving me a view into my trajectory. So, but I had to get out of St. Louis because St. Louis was very limiting for what I do for a living and what I see for myself. So sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. But I do miss my family. I do respond to DMs when I see them. I try to respond to DMs. Somebody said that on Instagram specifically. I don't remember the last time I looked at my DMs on TikTok. So never try to talk to me there unless you're in my comment section. I barely know how to get to my DMs on TikTok. But Instagram, yes. Thank you. Somebody said my home is really beautiful. Someone also asked, do I have a boo? I have no boo. Let's just talk about dating for a second. I guess we can go do that while I go and do this. How do I see? Okay, I'm at 41%. We can afford to unplug for a moment. Hold up, y'all. I got y'all on my selfie stand, and I'm gonna take my computer and stuff so we can go heat up our meal prep. Hold up. Dior Robin, where are you? Okay, y'all, I was right. She's where I thought she was. Look, I'm gonna flip the camera. There she is, y'all. Y'all see her? She's right here. Hi, Dior. Uh-oh. Say hi. Y'all, this is her favorite spot. This is where she be chilling because she can look out the window. I need to close the window up, but there she is. Say hi to the girls. I figured she was in here chilling. She's not chewing up a pillow either. I need to close up my house, y'all, because I am like quite literally neglecting everything. I'm about to close the blinds up real quick. We're gonna talk about dating in a moment, y'all. One second. Dior, you don't want to hang out with mommy no more? Huh? Hi, baby. What's up? Want to come in here with me? All right, y'all. Let me look at the comments. Dior said bright lights. Bye. But yeah, I was about to say, wait, but do you think God have you in a specific chapter? Okay, let me read this. She said, go warm my food up, which I'm gonna do. But she said, but do you think God has you in a specific chapter to pour into those that watch you? I truly feel like you're definitely being used for a big purpose. Absolutely. And that's what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that I do feel as though God works in multiples. You know what I'm saying? God, not to say that I feel like I'm going through what I'm going through because I have a following, but I do believe that God might, of course, he's trying to better me into a better person and all the things with what I'm going through. But I do believe that he's using my story and what I go through to share to affect others, kind of like as a middleman. You know what I'm saying? Of course, God can do that in other ways, but there's just so many people that I have access to that I do believe that God uses my situations to reach others. And not just that, I be feeling like God be talking through me sometimes, because sometimes I start little sessions talking to y'all and I start talking about stuff that I don't want to talk about. And I be feeling like God is pressuring me to talk about it. So I do that. I always try to listen to that. Sometimes I share things I don't even necessarily want to share, but I feel drawn to and led to. And I always try to listen to that voice. So yeah. Somebody said, y'all still here? I went grocery shopping. Girl, yeah. We ain't doing nothing. It's Sunday. Ain't got nothing to do. I was going to talk about dating. But honestly, y'all, I ain't even got that much to say. Specifically because I'm not dating. I would really love to be. I'd be talking to God about that, though. I'd be like, Lord, can you just give me somebody that I can just talk to, spend time with, you know what I'm saying? Someone to go on dates with. I would love to go on a little cute date. You know what I'm saying? Like a little date night. I would love that for me. However, I'm also not the type of person that just wants that just to have it. So I'm saying all this, but honestly, no. Because number one, I'm 36. I want to be married. I would prefer, if I had my way, I would have been married for years now. You know what I'm saying? A couple of small kids running around. If I had my way. So I say that to say, I'm not interested in situationships. I'm not interested in just, if I had my way, I wouldn't be in another relationship before a marriage. Like, I would prefer my next person to be my husband, you know? So, then I have to be realistic with myself. What I just said I wanted does not match what I actually want. Does that make sense? What I say I want, you know, go on a little date or somebody just to talk to, just to have someone to talk to, does not match with not wanting more relationships before my marriage, or not wanting just any man and just wanting my husband. So I have to be very honest with what my actual desire is and not what my desire is in this moment. Does that make sense? But yeah, as a girl, I would love to have a little date or just to get ready and go out. But I do believe that God has hidden me and is hiding me for my actual spouse. It's just I just don't know when that's gonna happen. It's like, Jesus, give me a come on. Someone asked, what am I eating? Where's my fork? Hi, Dior. Dior was on the floor, y'all, sitting right by my feet. I meal prepped some salmon. Oh, I need to cut up my lemons, but I have sweet potatoes, broccoli, and salmon, little salmon bites. But I want to get a lemon so that I can like make it like a lemon herb salmon type. I'm gonna put Dior in her little seat. I'm gonna show y'all so I can put Dior in her seat. Can I see where your seat is, Dior? Yeah. This is where Dior always sits while I'm doing my thing. You say hi to the girls? Say hello, mommy. Just such a pretty girl. Oh, okay. Do I do intermittent fasting? I want to. Q Rays, where's my husband? Okay. I have done intermittent fasting before. I'm thinking about, revisiting that. Oh, y'all, my hair is so thin right here. Y'all see that? Just ignore it. We're just gonna cover that up. So yeah, I might get back to intermittent fasting. I might. Prospective date would need to gain your attention. I don't understand that. Are you saying what is the perspective a man would have to gain my attention? And am I willing to have more children? Very good question. And another person just asked that. Would you have more children if your future husband desires, or am I done? So that is the question of the hour. Honestly, let me think. I'm not close to it. I'm open-minded when it comes to having more children. I wasn't though previously. Previously, I was not open to having more kids, but I realized that a big reason why I was saying I didn't want any more was my own trauma and my own fears. I have a big fear of being a single parent again. I don't want to be a single parent again. And the only way to not be a single parent again is to not have no more kids. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of fear around that. And I realized that for a while there, that was leading my opinion on that question. But I also know that I'm the type of woman that when I get with my man and like, you my man and I'm your woman, like, how many do you want is the question. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like that in my marriage and I wasn't even getting what I needed, not even close to what I needed out of that man in that marriage. And as soon as, you know what I'm saying? As soon as we got married, it's like, okay, so when we gonna have a baby? Like, I know that I'm that type of person. Like, if I'm really feeling you and I love you, like, I want to do that. And I also remember that was a desire of mine for my life. You know, when we make that plan for our lives, like, I want to, get married and I want to have this amount of children and I want to do this and I want to do that. That was my plan. Like, I wanted to get married. I used to want a very big family. I used to want 5 children. I don't want 5 kids now, but I used to want 5 children. I used to want that family unit. And life just didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out. So I think that's why I always go into that mindset when I get in a relationship. I talk a whole bunch about not wanting to have no kids. And then as soon as I get with the man, I'll be like, okay, whenever you're ready, I'm going to go get this IUD out. So I think that's just my desire coming through. So I say all that to say, y'all know I'm a little long-winded, child, and ain't no cuts in this because we're live. I am open to having more children if my husband wants them, but I am also okay not having any more. Somebody said God had other plans for you and still does. I believe that. I know that I want whatever God has for me. If he has more children for me, then we gonna have more babies. And that is what it is. So, we shall see. Someone said, when I move, would I sell or rent my house? If I can, I will rent my house out. I probably when I do Airbnb, somebody else asked that. If I can, but if not, I will sell it and use that money to get multiple places because I want to have multiple places when I move out of this house. One in St. Louis, and then one wherever city I settle into. So we shall see. Unique. Did y'all see Unique in here talking about Maya, you having more kids or not? We have this conversation all the time. All the freaking time. And she is convinced that I'm definitely gonna have some more babies. She has her reasons. Let me see. Sorry, y'all. I'm just looking for questions. I might say get out of the A. No straight men are there. Majority is gay and down low. That is one of the fears I have of dating here in Atlanta as well. Because it is. There are a lot of men down here that are either homosexual or they are on the down low. So, it is what it is. Somebody said, I've got my hair done, made it home, and you still on live. Period. I had to give y'all something since since there's no vlog today. What are some things your next husband will have to have in order for you to see a future of matrimony with that special person? Just know of your healing journey from your past marriage. Some things that he would have to have. Okay. I mean, we talked about this already, but I definitely need him to be financially stable and be on tier with me financially. I need him to be a generous man, because you can have that, but then be stingy and cheap. And I say that because the lesson that I learned is a lifestyle lesson. I have built myself to a point to where I live a certain lifestyle and I want to do certain things because I can afford it, because I want to. And if the person that I'm with is not on par with that and can do the same things, they're either going to want to live the lifestyle still and you're copping the bill, which is not great for the men's ego. Or he's going to want you to not do that anymore because he can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just is what it is. I worked hard to be where I am, and I don't want to have to downgrade that to be with you. So that's something he's going to have, non-negotiable. He's going to have to obviously be a man of God. He's going to have to be a man that, I need a man who oozes leadership and masculinity and just that, I don't know the word I want to use, but just that I'm in charge vibe. Not in a controlling and abusive way, but in an authority from God type of way. A man has to have that vibe for me, for them to even be considered the special man. I also need someone, and this one is specific to me. I need someone who is sensitive to my sensitivity. I'm a very, I know God, I think I know why God made me this way, especially doing what I do for a living, but I'm a very emotional person. I have a lot of empathy. I cry at the drop of a hat. I care about people. I cry at commercials. I cry watching TikToks. You know what I'm saying? Of people, blessing others with money or with provisions. Like, I am just a very emotional and sensitive person. And I need a man who is sensitive to my sensitivity, who's not like, oh, girl, you always crying, or oh, you crying again. Or, you know what I'm saying? I need someone who understands my heart. And who's gonna protect that and hold that. So I would say those are my top things that I need that person to have. Would you continue to be in a relationship with a man that your siblings or parents dislike? It depends on the reasons. If they have some valid reasons, I have to look at that. Even if I don't see it, I will look at it. Even if I don't see it, I will look at it. But it really does depend on what the reasons are. It really depends. Oh, child. Someone asked, first of all, let me see what else somebody said about that topic. Yeah, I've already hit on that. I said I would date outside my race. It's just not my preference. Oh, child. They coming. Hold up. Let me bring y'all down so that way you're in my face while I'm reading. How do you overcome loneliness that sometimes comes with being single? I would not even say that I overcome it. I feel it and I allow myself to feel it. I feel, and I've shared with you guys before, I put it in blogs when I feel lonely or moments where I just wish, I had someone on the other side of the table or just moments like that. I wouldn't say that I overcome it. I think it's a human feeling and I think it's natural for us to feel that way when you're someone who desires partnership and companionship. So I allow myself to feel it and that helps me to get not over it, but that's a feeling that's fleeting. It comes and it goes. So I let myself sit in it. I'm gonna shed a couple tears. I'm gonna think about it. I might even vent to my mom or my sister or a friend. And then the next day I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be better. You know what I'm saying? I allow myself to feel those moments. It's part of being human and it just solidifies my desires. I just try not, I let myself feel it, but I don't live in it. That's the difference. I'm not going to be walking around, woe is me, and unable to do the things that I need to do because I'm lonely. Yes, I am lonely in moments, but that's a part of the things that I feel. It's not all that I feel. So yeah. The hair is herring. It's so shiny. Thank you, friend. Is that Design Essentials? You know what I'm saying? Period. Do I have house cleaners? Nope. I need to though. I need to get one, but no, I don't have a house cleaner. Someone who knows the softness of a woman and the voice of God, a true leader, period. That's what I need. Read the last part. He is your heaven sent. Oh, you talking about the one about your family? And she said it's your heaven sent person and your people don't like him. Ooh. I did stop reading. I saw that, but I didn't consider it in my answer. I don't know. I just feel like if he's my heaven sent, why would my mama not like him? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Why would my mommy not like him if he's my heaven sent? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. That's how I see it. Let me see. What else we got, y'all? That's what I said, because why they just like him? My mom has never been wrong, period. Yes, one of y'all said Maya loves men. I know that was that was a response to the girl asking or saying I should date a woman. Yeah, it's gonna be all men over here. Please, Maya and Unique need to attend these business conferences and enrichment activities as part of their blogs. You see that, Unique? Someone asked about the outfit. So we are wearing a Skims 2-piece set. And then this is from Fashion Nova. This actually comes with its own set, but I get hot on lives. I've never done YouTube, but I've done Instagram and TikTok, and I just be sweating for no reason. So I know I was gonna be too hot in that, but this goes to a set from Fashion Nova. Ooh, child. I'm gonna ignore that one. Let me see. Just looking through. Ooh, I did see a question earlier. Let me go back to it. When you meet a man, do you have reservations with sharing what you desire in a man? In fear of them taking on the persona of your desires is not authentic. Absolutely. I do not share questions like, so what are you looking for in a man? Or like stuff like that. I don't answer those questions. Or at least I won't be doing it in the future. Because that is giving them the playbook of exactly who to be for you. And then they can become that counterfeit. Then you just gave them the answers of how to become the counterfeit. If someone asks me, like, what are you looking for in a man? Typically, I say very high level answers that in order for them to be that, they have to fill in the blanks. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking for a man of God. To some men, that looks like I just go to church I go to church every Sunday, and some men, it looks like them actually have a relationship with Christ. So I say that, I don't know if that's something that I will actually tell them that I want a man of God, but I say that to say, I say things that will give them the opportunity to fill in the blanks and not give them exactly the type of man that I want. I'm not going to sit there and say, I want a gentleman. I want a man of chivalry that believes in chivalry. Because then he's going to open the doors. He's going to do all the things because he knows that that's what I want, not because that's who he is. It could be who he is, but I will never find out. You know what I'm saying? If I tell him that that's what I need. So no, I try not to do that. That way I can find out who you are for real, and not because you're trying to be what I need. Excuse me. I want to see both my sisters with a rich man. Yeah, I'm trying to see me with a rich man too. Home is always clean and beautiful. Thank you so much, sister. I try my best. I really do. Okay. Don't tell them, child. I'm not gonna say nothing. A godlike man push you first, isn't intimidated by your stature because you have a stature, ma'am. Thank you, girl. But I agree. I agree with that. That's the kind of man that I need. You think I want to be a rich man. Period, sister. Me too. Aw, thank you. Let's see. So lives once a month. We can do lives more often. This is fun. This is really fun. I figured we was gonna be on here for a while, y'all. Someone asked me how am I doing in general. I am doing really great, y'all. I've been doing really good lately. I'm excited for life right now. I'm really excited for my future. I'm excited for my career. I'm excited for the new year. I think that beautiful things are on the horizon for me. And I'm in a great mood. I'm doing my routines. I got my meal preps done and ready. I've been sticking to my routines. I'm doing really good. Like I said, we're on live because I didn't vlog this week, but not because anything is wrong. I needed to get back on track after being in St. Louis because your girl ate the whole kitchen in St. Louis. So I was super bloated, just wasn't feeling like myself. I needed to really lock in on my routines and not be worried about, molding my hair to be on camera and things like that. I just needed to lock in for a week. So I was like, let's just be on live, but I am doing amazing. So thank you for asking. Let's see. Hope I didn't miss any big questions, y'all. Okay, it is gonna be a fantastic year. I know so many of y'all are so surprised that I'm on live when you click in. I'm never live. Who is she? How long was your longest relationship? My longest relationship was 3.5 years. The boyfriend that I was with before 2 years, we broke up 2 years before I met my husband, but my ex-husband. And we were together for 3.5 years, from 26 to 30. 26 to 30. Yeah. And that was a hard one to let go of. I did let go of it, but one of the main reasons it was really hard was he had a great relationship with Amira. And at that time, he had been in her life for half her life. I was with him when Amira was 4 to 8. That's how old she was. And so that was a big, I definitely had that battle in my mind of, for the kids type of thing. Because it was just like, but it really didn't serve me or her looking back. So what was the other part of that question? Let's see. I don't understand the rest of the question, sister. Let me see. Mila from 702. I've never gotten her. Did I look like her? Period. She's pretty. Would you ever consider moving to New York to enhance your career? No, I don't like New York to live. I actually don't like the city at all. At all. I don't like the hustle and bustle of it. It's just too fast paced. It's not clean. I just don't like it. So no, I don't think I would ever live in New York City unless it was like a big career change for me or something, like I have a brand there or, it would have to make sense and it would be a sacrifice on my preference because I don't like New York like that. Okay. Hold up. On the flip side, how do you determine who's worth your time when dating? I pay attention to everything, y'all. When I'm dating, hey, Cherish girl, I pay attention to everything. I pay attention to what you say, what you don't say, because I can tell you even more than what they do say. I pay attention to your actions versus your words, what you're saying, and if it aligns with your actions. I pay attention a lot, especially during those first conversations, especially if it's in person and those first few phone conversations. I pay attention to how you communicate, if you communicate, you know what I'm saying? I'm paying attention to everything, and I have a reputation of getting rid of these men within a month of talking to them. And in some ways that could not be good. Cause baby, I'm gonna cut you off. And you ain't never gonna forget I existed. Like that's the reputation I have. I always say, I don't know what happened with my ex-husband, but everyone else, like I am just like, I will cut you off. So I'm a very good judge of who I should spend my time with or who should get more of my time. Very rarely does someone get past a month of talking to me. So yeah. Do I want to get married again? Yes, I do. Anyone starting a weight loss journey? I feel like I can't really give a whole lot of tips there yet, so I'm gonna hold off on that question because I'm still on my own personal weight loss journey of trying to get to where I want to be. So, let's see. Is being an influencer a sustainable career? Yes, it is. I do know what's next for me. So her next question was, do I know? If not, have I thought about what's next? I have, but being an influencer is sustainable. A lot of people talk about being an influencer saying that it's not. Hold up, y'all. I'm gonna sit down. I don't know why I'm over here leaning on this, leaning on the counter when I could just actually sit down. 1 second, y'all. Y'all see where my ring light was? That's where I was talking to y'all before. But I'm gonna just sit down and have my food and chat with you guys. Okay, what was the question? Is it sustainable? A lot of people talk about it not being sustainable, saying that, you know, don't let me quit my 9 to 5 because influencer can never be what I do for a living and all these things. I don't think people understand how much money you can make doing this. It's at a point where even if you do blow up and then you don't maintain your status as an influencer, you can make so much money that you can, if you're good with your money, you can save your money and get you a modest apartment, live a modest life, and you can be good for a decade. Like, you can even more than that because there's just so much money in it. So if you are able to build a community who knows and loves you, I believe it's sustainable. But the only thing about it is the fact that I would say it's not sustainable in the view of people get canceled every day. You can say one wrong thing. I could be on this live right now and say one wrong thing that most people don't agree with. Someone will repost it on TikTok and suddenly no one tunes into my videos anymore. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, you know, comments or likes my stuff. And then now that makes views goes down. That makes your engagement goes down, which in turn makes brands reach out less. So there is that. So you have to watch your image as an influencer. But as far as how much money you're making, yes, you can. It's sustainable. But I have always planned on leveraging my influence into something else, so a business or, you know, other avenues, which I'm already working on. So. Not that I'm stopping anytime soon. I'm just saying that, you know, that's always been my plan. Yes, this will be available for playback. Let's see. Will I be more private with my next relationship? Absolutely. Absolutely. Someone said, being an influencer is not for the weak. You must be self-motivated and basically a business owner. Basically nothing. You are a business owner and you have to be a self-starter. It is not easy to be a self-starter. It's not easy to be a self-starter. It's easier to have your alarm set in the morning and get up knowing you got 30 minutes to get ready to get out the door to be at a job at 7 a.m. That's easier because you have a goal, you have somewhere you need to be, or you'll get whatever type of discipline. There's nobody telling you to do what you need to do as an influencer. You got to get up and make it happen yourself. And you very much can stay in the bed, but you very much won't benefit from that day. You know what I'm saying? Or the money you could have made that day, the content opportunities you could have had that day to possibly go viral. You don't got that. That day is gone, you know? So you got to be a self-starter. That was a struggle for me because when I first got started, the structure, I had no structure. I would spend days in bed watching TV, just binge watching Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Like, it took a while for me to get it together. Let's see. What else we got? I already answered how me and Unique became friends. I'm so happy that we did. Maya is quick with an HR dismissal. Unique, don't be putting my business out in the streets. It's true though. I will send you the most HR text message and you be out of there. You never hear from me again. I just recently got rid of somebody like that. That's why she said that. I do want to do more speaking engagements. Absolutely. But I'm working on right now aligning myself with those opportunities. So yes, I do want to do more speaking engagements. And I've been working on, I don't know what I can tell, but I've been working on my speech and how I articulate myself. I've been doing better. I've noticed in this live that I haven't been saying a whole lot. I've been working on that. So let me see. I'm looking to make a career change at the top of the year. I'm uncomfortable with change and uncertainty. How did you handle the transition into becoming a content creator full time? It is uncertain. I needed to have a certain, I mentioned this earlier, but I needed to have a certain amount of money that I was going to have when I went full time in order to feel comfortable doing it, or a certain amount saved. Always make sure you have that as you transition, because you want to make sure that you're good. That's the biggest, scariest thing about it. It took me a second. The guy I was talking to at the time when I quit my job, shout out to Gabe. His name was Gabe. And it never went anywhere. He just was talking. But anyway, he encouraged me, because I would be on the phone with him just like, I can't quit because I get paid $1,100 every 2 weeks, and at least I know that's coming. And he was like, in the next 30 days, you're going to have $30,000 in your account. Are you kidding me? Like, he had to slap some sense into me. But if that had been $5,000 or $10,000, I want to listen to nothing he said. You know what I'm saying? That amount is what helped me to switch over. But I needed that reinforcement, because it's scary to leave. It's very scary to leave the comfort and the certainty of a 9-to-5 job. But if you believe that that's your purpose and that God has called you to do it, be smart, but figure it out. Always be smart, though. Make sure you have a good, safety net to fall back on, but, and make sure that the money also is continuing to come. Make sure it's consistently coming. So I stepped out on faith, but it was consistently coming, but I had just went viral. I quit my job 3 months after I went viral. So listen to what I say, not what I do. It worked out, though. It worked out. I've officially been full-time for 5 years, and I've been doing this for 8 this month. So how long is too long to be in a relationship and not be married? I can't give you a solid answer, because that's very opinion-based. However, if you're very marriage-minded, especially if you're older, and I'm going to say, before being engaged, I'm going to say 2 years. Yeah, that's what I say. Let me see. What else we got? At this big age, we got no time, period. Okay. Let me go back down. Starting YouTube, how often should you post? At least once a week. Oh, thank you. I said they see improvements. Very elegant and feminine. And cadence is on point. Thank you, babes. Am I still friends with my realtor that introduced me to my ex? Yes, I am. We don't hang out a whole lot, because she has a booming business and multiple small babies. But yes, we are still friends. Let's see. My YouTube checks have been real consistent as long as I am. Yep. Your YouTube checks will be consistent as long as you are. It is a reflection of how much work you put in, period. If I post 4 times a month, vlogs every Sunday, I know exactly how much my check is going to be. And I thank God, because that is also because I have a following. You guys watch my stuff every Sunday, which I'm so grateful for. But that ties directly into how much that check is. Someone said advice on what motivated you to start my weight loss journey and stick to it. I would say I got sick of myself. You got to get sick and tired of yourself to start. You got to get sick and tired. I finally got tired of myself, and I needed to do it. But I also had other areas in my life where I felt like I was failing myself. So, and I know that how I look and feel feeds so much into other aspects of my life. And I needed to do something to change it. There's nothing much else I can say about that. And we talking about years of being in a cycle of starting a weight loss journey and stopping, meal prepping, and then not eating any of them and ordering all week. You know what I'm saying? Like years. It was about 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So I don't say that lightly. I had to get sick of myself. Years went by to where I finally was like, enough is enough. And that doesn't mean that the journey is going to be linear. Like I said earlier, I haven't lost weight since September. And y'all know I started off real strong from July to September. And then I was at a standstill, and I even gained a few pounds because life was happening. I had events. I had my birthday. I had Thanksgiving. But now I'm back on it. You know, that's a lifestyle change for me. I am the person that works out. I have to tell myself, I'm not trying to work out more. I'm not trying to lose weight. I am a person who works out most days. I am a person who is actively losing weight. I am a person that eats healthy most of the time. And sometimes telling yourself that and becoming that person will shift your mindset and help you to show up, because you are that person. You're not someone who's trying to be that person. You are that person. Let's see what else we got, y'all. What we got? I do have a church. Someone said, you planning to get on into a church out here. I am. I go to Change Church in Atlanta. I usually go to the newer location that they have. I don't go to the Gwinnett location anymore. Maya, I feel like you downplay what you could truly be and become. I agree with that. And that's something that I'm working on, because I feel like I have a lot of potential. That's that part. That's one of those confidence things that I'm working on in my life. So you surprise the heck out of people with what you can do. I agree. Am I taking my vitamins? I am taking my vitamins. I actually have a whole little, I bought a, you know, like the little medicine vitamin things from Monday through Sunday. I've been doing that. So yes. Let me see. 1 second, y'all. I'm trying my best not to like snap in y'all face. I'm trying my very best. That is rude. Let's see. What advice would you give to someone who had an issue with her friends, spoke on it, and they are given the cold shoulder? How would you know if you should save it or keep moving? I'm assuming what you're saying is you have a friend, you spoke about the issue, and now they're giving you, they acting funny. Man, this ties into what I was saying earlier, that sometimes speaking up for yourself and showing up for yourself and prioritizing what you want and need makes you the villain for other people. It shakes the table, and they're upset. And that's why a lot of people sometimes refrain from saying anything to assert what they need, what they want to mention that matters to them, because they don't want people upset. They don't want them to treat them funny. They don't want the friendship to be gone, the relationship to be gone. And so I'm gonna be honest, especially from my experience in relationships with men and with friends, I don't think it's a good sign that when you bring up something that bothers you to them, that it feels like a deal breaker to them. That's never good in relationships, because it's like what I want and need matters as well. Not just you getting what you want and things being comfy. This is not comfy for me, because I'm not being seen. What I need is not being addressed, so I'm gonna bring it up. But now it's a problem because I have brought up what I need. That is never a good sign. So while I don't know your whole situation, definitely remember that relationships go both ways. And if it was something that was important to you, I don't think it should warrant acting funny out of a mature friend. They should know that if it was important enough to bring up, then it's important to you. And both people in the relationship are are valid and important. So that's all I can say without knowing all of the information. Oh, thank you, y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. Yes, it's my first time on live. First time, y'all, and we've been on here for 262 minutes. Somebody do the math on that. A few hours. I've been on since 2. 4 hours? You lying to me. Y'all, we gonna have to wrap this up. Time goes by so freaking fast. Oh my God. 4 hours is crazy. 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's people leaving and coming back. Oh my God. We just in here having fun, period. Someone just asked me. You're so welcome, sister. I wanted to spend time with y'all in person. I've never done this before, so this is cool. Somebody said I already cooked the whole crock pot meal, period. It's midnight in Europe. Oh my goodness, y'all. And y'all still in here. It's still over 7:50. There's a lot of us in here, y'all. It's a party. It is a party. This is crazy. I went to an event at church and back home and we still here. That's why somebody when I put it, I had put this on my community post. And one of the girls was like, oh, I wish you would have did it in the evening. I said, sis, we're probably going to be still here. I ain't going to lie to you. It was supposed to be an hour, but that was never set in stone. Okay. Last call for questions. Because I'm low-key not even ready to get off. Last call for questions. Aww. I cooked dinner, bathed my kids, and now I'm relaxing on their bedtime. Been to 2 grocery stores, Starbucks. I did not know it's been 4.5 hours. Oh my God. Because this tells me, as I'm looking at this, it has the minutes, but y'all, I'm really good at math, but this is the weirdest thing. I'm really good at math. I used to be in the math club in high school, but I struggle with doing simple math in my head. I don't know if that makes sense, but I see the I see the minutes, but it doesn't like translate the hours to me. Remember to thumbs up the live. Yes, y'all. Please make sure you like the live. We definitely got to do this more often. Do you have to pay alimony after your divorce? I absolutely do not. No, I do not pay alimony. Thank the Lord. God looked out for me on that one because I could have been. Thank you, Jesus. He looks out for his children. Did you find a good nail tech or are you doing your own? I still do my own nails. I love it so much. I did get on their radar. They sent me some different kits, some different types of nails, but I ain't gonna lie, these are my everydays and I will continue with these because they're just absolutely beautiful and classy and classic and feminine. So no, I don't see me changing it unless I don't know. When I went to that Summer Walker, Summer Walker sent me something. I gotta show y'all, but anyway, when I went to that Summer Walker event, they put like a little bedazzle on there and that was cute. So I would do something like that, but have you considered trying Dysport versus Botox? This is me raising my brows. I have Dysport right now. This is me frowning. Yeah, I have Dysport. In case you didn't know, I do have Botox. This is my second time around. What else we got? Do you have a dream goal weight? I do, but it is, I have a goal weight. However, my goal weight is like 145, 150. However, I'm not heavy on that. I want to see how I look and feel. So if I get to 155, because I'm still hovering in the 160s right now, if I get excuse me, if I get to 155 and I love how I look, I'm gonna stop the weight loss and I'm gonna hit the gym hard and start sculpting. So I have a goal, but I also have no idea how my body with my BBL is going to look at that size. So I'm just paying attention to myself, learning my body again as I get smaller with this, you know, enhancement that I have. And I'm just gonna see how I feel. I actually could do a meet and greet in Chicago. I have a brother in Chicago, so I could go to Chicago. What would y'all want to do for meet and greets? Y'all can put your opinions in there. I thought about doing like, you know, like renting out a room at like a restaurant or something. But my thing is, I feel like that's gonna limit how many girls can come. Um, what kind of setup would y'all like for meet and greets? Like, I don't know. Cause I could have it like hosted. I can do a meet and greet like hosted at like a Sephora or like a makeup store or something. Cause I can reach out to them to have it set up. But I feel like that's just talking to y'all for a second. I would love to like hang out with you guys. So give me some ideas in the comment section. Hotel ballroom. Ooh, cute. I don't know if I could do that for every city though. Sip and paint. Yes, somebody else did it. Oh my God. My girl Erin was here and she did a sip and paint type of thing. Oh, that was cool. But that's still a limit. That's still a limit. Do a dinner at a long table. Yeah, I like that. That's why I said like rent out a room in a restaurant or rent a venue. I'm trying to think of something, y'all, I can do at every city. You know what I'm saying? I do a tour. I don't know. I want to do a tour. Like, I don't want to just do it at one place. Who knows when I'm going to be able to do this, but I do. It's on my radar. Oh, a retreat style with makeup, hors d'oeuvres, and things. I love that. Do it at Space. Oh, I could do it at Spaceman. That would be cute in Atlanta. Me and Unique love Spaceman. Come to London. I want to go to London. Oh, how are the men in London? London girls that are on here. What y'all men looking like? Black men specifically. Yeah, a dinner at like a long table. I think that would be really cute. Like a dinner. But I would want to like get up and talk to everybody. But I mean, that as long as we have our own room, you know what I'm saying? That would be cool. London men are fine. I don't live there, but I know. Unique, you gonna go with me to London? Let's go to London. Hilarious. My food's almost gone. Somebody said what I'm eating. I had salmon, broccoli, and sweet potatoes. I don't even know if Unique is still on here. Would I try a dating app again? Oh, Aaron Pierre. Y'all know I love Aaron Pierre. That man is fun. He is fun. I love a London accent too. I love it. I am not crazy about dating apps, and I don't believe that God wants me on them. I've tried. I've downloaded them again and stuff like that. Not right now, but I do it often sometimes. And every time I just feel like God is telling me that that's not where it's going to be. So go and hang it up. So I have hung it up. So hopefully, hopefully I don't have a moment again and try to download it. But no, they're not on my phone right now. Not I'm getting dragged to London. Yes, Unique. I need you. I need a wingman. We're going to go to London. I know he's light-skinned, but let me tell y'all something. I don't discriminate. I love, men are beautiful. Men are just beautiful. I prefer a dark-skinned man. I prefer someone my complexion or darker. That's my preference. However, I'm open. I don't mind a little light-skinned man. I like men. Okay? Black men. That's what I like. Hilarious. Date a London guy based in the United States. Girl, that's so specific. How I find them? Where he at? A Q&A in person would be cool. That would be cool. I don't know, I feel like that'd be a little awkward. No, it wouldn't. That'd be fine. You'll both get stopped for sure in London. Love that for us. No, thank you. I need girl. I love me a chocolate man. Oh, y'all, let me show you what Summer Walker sent me in collaboration with Tinder. I was gonna put it on the blog. I can show y'all now. I ain't gotta put it on the blog. I had plane anxiety. Y'all need to knock me out with that flight. Unique. Excuses. Excuses. You coming to London. Don't play with me. All right, y'all. Let's go see. Let's go see this. Okay, so Summer Walker sent me this. So freaking cute. And first I was like, what is this? But you see the front, you can kind of tell what it is. I mean, it's too small to be like a record player, but it says Summer Walker and Tinder. And then it has a little pouch on the side, and there are 2 Summer Fridays lip balms in here. Super cute. But you open it up, hold up, and she's a CD player. So freaking cute, right? So cute. So, hold up. It's a CD player. She gave us a CD version of Finally Over It. So cute. I love this so much. I can't remember the last time I had a CD player. Excuse me. So it's a CD player, but this is also a Bluetooth speaker as well. I played it. It ain't got a lot of bass, but it's very cute. I love when I get PR packages that are just like super cute. This is one of them. They also gave us like a code to get Tinder for a year. Won't be using that, but it's just so cute, right? I can't remember the last time I got even a physical CD. So I really love how they rolled out this marketing for Finally Over It. Just having the influencer and stuff and sending us this, I think it's just really, really cute. So, hold up, y'all. I need to close the front of my house real quick. Didn't I just say we was finna get off? This was just way too much fun. This was just way too much fun. Okay, let me get back in the comments and see what I missed. It's still 760 of us. 761. I'm here too. Let me see. I still have my CD book. Girl, I don't know what happened to all my CDs. When I opened that, I showed Amira, and she was like, Mommy, what happened to all your CDs you used to have in a car? I said, you remember that? I remember the only artist that I had every single CD was Rihanna. I had all of her CDs in my car. Where's Dior? Dior's right here. This is where she usually is when I'm like minding my business. I'll be sitting here like scrolling TikTok or just chilling. She just relaxing. She just be chilling. She taking a little nap. She's chilling. There we go. Your home is lovely. Thank you, friend. A perfect spot for a meet and greet in St. Louis. Yes, let me know. What else we got, y'all? I still have my 5-disc stereo. Oh my God, the one that it changes out. Oh my God, that's so crazy how that is not a thing anymore. A retreat would be dope. That's what I said, Unique. Summer and Summer Fridays, it clicked as soon as I saw what was in that pouch. I said, that is so freaking cute. So cute. Oh, y'all are so sweet. I'm trying not to fill up the vlogs of no vlog. I'm a vlogger. I'm trying not to fill up the video of me just responding in my head to these comments. I'm trying to find questions so that when you rewatch this, it's actually giving you something and not me just like, oh, thanks, oh, thanks. This has been so fun. I have not heard of Poor Minds. What's that? Somebody said I divorced my light-skinned husband. When I started dating again, he was chocolate. I was in heaven. I've had some light-skinned men in my day. I would have to say I prefer chocolate men. It's just my preference. I don't know. I love a little melanin. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you can DM me on Instagram. Yes, I've been to Miami, but I was laying on the table. So does that count? I don't know. I would love to go back to Miami and have fun. Okay, y'all. I don't see no more questions for real. Amira is at her dad's house. She's with her dad. Uh, it's Sunday, right? He needs to be bringing her home because we are going to put up our Christmas tree tonight. So I will probably pull out the vloggy vlog for that, and that will be the first thing you see on the vlog for next week. Montage it out. You can get Airbnb to sponsor for a meet and greet. That would be dope. That would be really dope. That would be so dope. Ooh, DMV Top Golf. I really want to get back to the DMV. Y'all, I love DC. Y'all remember when I went to DC for my birthday last year for 35? That's what the man's in DC too. I love DC though as a city though. It was beautiful. I didn't know that. I didn't know DC was so beautiful. It's such a beautiful city. So beautiful. Any tips on parenting a teenager? Sister, I need the tips. I just got here and it's ghetto. So no. My vitamin container is not even that cute, y'all. Somebody said, can I see it? It's really basic. It's black. It's like matte, but I like it because it matches the the kitchen. But it's like it's just basic. It's black. I got it off Amazon. Botox hurts a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. But it's like real quick pinches. Somebody asked if that hurt. What inspired my edgier style? Me finally being okay being myself. For a long time, I think I was very, when it came to like wanting my house to look exactly white and beige and, that influencer house, or being super, super neutral and everything. I had some very heavy influences from other influencers, other creators and stuff that I had to work through. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I had an identity crisis during and after my marriage. And it took me a while to come back to who I am and be okay with what I like unapologetically. So that's why when I had like my home decor video, I showed you guys like it seemed, if you watched me, especially since I got married, it would have seemed very crazy that I painted that wall in there mauve. But that's why I showed you guys the pictures of my past past homes. I always had mauve or some type of purple or some type of green in my house, but I had kind of lost myself and was trying to figure that out during that time. So I finally got back to being okay with me and throwing myself into it. So my style that you see now and the things that I choose to wear, or it's not as beige or as just, what I'm saying, as, clean cut as what I was wearing the last couple of years or how my house looked the past couple of years, just because I'm finally okay being me. And it is what it is. And I think you're going to see even more of that in the new year. So yeah, it's just what I like. And that's it. So I'm happy. Any other surgeries? I will be pulling these titties up. Yes, I will. Eventually. I don't know when, but I do want a breast lift. Specifically, I really don't want implants. I kind of want to wait and see where my body is going to land once I lose the weight I want to lose. And then I do plan on getting a lift. So y'all, I don't remember the name of the Design Essential Serum. I mean, we could take a field trip upstairs. But the thing is, my Wi-Fi is kind of weird upstairs. I don't want it to knock y'all out. That's why I haven't gone upstairs. What is like the thermal serum? It's heat protecting too. Maybe search Design Essentials thermal serum. My best friend from college is from Philly. I need to go to Philly. I already gave I'm gonna text her. If I had a choice, I would throw color all over these walls right now. But I'm not gonna do that. I paid good money to get this house all white, and it's a great canvas. But I've just changed. But they're supposed to bring her home. Um, let's take a field trip into the office so I can text Amira from my desktop. I'll be back, Dior. Don't cry. One moment, y'all. Let me text Amira. Hey, baby. She wants me to pick her up. Yes, I'm on live right now. About to sign off in a sec. Then I'll be OTW. There we go. All right, y'all. My audio is going in and out. Hold up, y'all. Okay, can y'all hear me now? Sorry about that, y'all. Is the audio fine? I heard somebody say, yes, you can hear me? Okay. It's possible. Amira was calling me. I think that's what happened. She called me twice, and I think that knocked out the audio. Thanks, y'all. This has been so fun. I have enjoyed myself. This has been great. This has been really good. Amira's stepmother cannot bring her home, so I'm gonna go and get her in a moment. Yeah, I think the call knocked the sound out. I think that's what happened. So anyway, y'all, I love you. And this was fun, and we're gonna do this again soon. Maybe right at the end of the year, maybe I'll go live. I'll be in St. Louis at the end of the year, so maybe I'll go live, or maybe at the top of the year, and we can do like a vision prayer board live. What y'all think about that? That'd be real cute. You didn't get the answer about coming to Philly. I said that I have a best friend from from college that went to Philly that lives in Philly, and I would love to come back to Philly. That's what I said. Y'all keep asking about the Babes Reinvented. Yes and no, but yes. Just pay attention to my content in the next 2 months, okay? So yeah, y'all. Oh, y'all can keep asking me questions because now I just want to keep talking. Okay. I'll answer these last questions. She said, what 3 things are you thankful for? This would be a great way to end this. What 3 things are you most thankful for? And what 3 things would you focus on in 2026? I'm most thankful for God making me resilient. That's number 1, because I've been through a lot in my life. If y'all knew for real, I've lived a lot of lives. I've done a lot of things. I've been through a lot. And I'm grateful that I'm resilient, that I am able to keep going. Despite I definitely don't look like what I've been through. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for me and my baby's health. Because you know how they say, you got a whole lot of problems until you got a health problem. Now you got one problem. So I'm grateful that my daughter and I are healthy. And thirdly, I am grateful for y'all. I'm thankful for my community. I'm thankful for what we've built here. I see this as I guess you can see, I see myself kind of as a leader of a community. Like, I don't see this as a fan base. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I see this as a community of like-minded women all wanting to be better, get better. Because from the jump, my content has always been about helping women be better in whatever area. It could be makeup, it could be your wardrobe, it could be your you know, self-esteem, your confidence, your self-love in general. I think that's my overarching purpose. And I love y'all. I learn from y'all. I do. I learn from you guys. I'm grateful for your input when I ask you questions, when you're in my comment section. Like, I screenshot things and put it in my notes from you guys. So this is not one-sided. I want y'all to know that you guys have helped me become a better person, and I hope that I'm doing the same. And I'm just really, really grateful for y'all, because if it wasn't for y'all, I couldn't do this. I wouldn't have this house. I wouldn't be able to, take care of my baby and let her be a cheerleader. Like, it's just so much. Like, I'm grateful for you guys, and I do not take my platform lightly. It's very serious to me. And yeah, the other thing she asked me was 3 things I want to focus on in 2026. I want to focus on, number 1, becoming even more authentically myself. When it comes to how I show up in the world, how I dress, how I present myself, how I talk, all the things. I want to even more become more authentic in being Maya, because I think that's going to help me align better with what God has for me when I'm me, Another thing I want to focus on in 2026 is I'm doing, it's not really a pivot. I'm working on a slight bit of a pivot during 2026. So we're still here. I'm a vlogger. This is what we do. You know what I'm saying? We're going to kick it. But I'm pivoting slightly in a way. So I want to focus a lot on that, because that is, I believe, my next step. So that's something else that, without saying what it is, that's something else I want to focus on. And in 2026, I also want to focus on getting even closer to God. I have made good on my vision board for 2025 of getting closer to God, for learning his word for myself. I have made my way through the Gospels and a couple of other books. So I'm in my Bible, I'm reading it for myself, and that's what I said I wanted to do. But in 2026, I want to do it even more and dedicate even more time to my Bible and spend time there, because that is one of the biggest things that has changed my life, and I want all the change that the Lord has to give me. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I got. I just want to read through y'all comments and stuff before I click off, since I was talking all that time. Yeah. Okay, y'all. Okay, we can go now. I love you guys so, so much. And I'm going to make sure that I save this. Hopefully they let me save it. It's very long, but I really hope so. So anyway, I love you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening and a wonderful week. Let's kill it this week. Show up for yourself. Do the things that you need to do to show up for yourself and for your loved ones. But for yourself first, because if you can't show up for your loved ones if you don't show up for yourself first, okay? You can't be dead trying to take care of other people, right? All right. I love y'all. Okay. Bye. I feel weird clicking off, and there's 700 of us on here. I don't want to leave, but I do got to go. I got to go get a mirror. So I love you guys, and I'll see y'all later. Vlog next Sunday. See y'all there. Be there or be square.